Hey, first today, Tajonon. Let me see, I need to switch to display capture. I don't know if I still have that on. So I can capture the window for the draft we're doing. I think I know how to do that regardless. Yeah. Where's my camera? Hey, how's it going, everybody? What's up, Akinar? How you doing, Bo1? Miser Lou, what's up? We're gonna be firing in a minute or two. I'm just trying to get my camera working and some other things. I think it was working. That's Arena. Maybe I'll just re-add it. It's probably just layering. Technology is so fancy. Yep, that worked. I wouldn't mind Sublime Epiphany. I mean, it's obviously a good card. I actually don't think it's as good as you might think. It's pretty busted, but it's really expensive, and this is a really aggressive format. Like, obviously, like, look, I'm always gonna play it. I'm, happy to get it, but it's not. I doubt it's one of the like top rares in the set. A lot of times it's a little slow. Like 6 mana is just a lot. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Thomas. Fake draft. Yeah, I mean, you can't, like, really organize your own pod on Arena. Like, we could all try and join at the same time, but we'd most likely end up with 6 of us and, like, 2 other people. So, this is how we do it. My vote for top archetype, I mean, it's a little early for that, I would say. I definitely think it's an aggressive format. Like, red feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like, week 1, the problem with top archetype is, like, whatever I've had the most success with, what I've drafted the most and stuff, is what I'm most likely going to rate the top archetype. But, I mean, like, Blue-Black Reanimator's cool, Boros Aggro is cool, Blue-Red Aggro Spells is cool. Like, there's a lot of good archetypes you can draft in this format. Whoa, my camera's blocking like half the draft. Let me make that a little smaller, move it somewhere else or something. There we go. Now it's not really blocking anything, top right. Okay, so let's see. This rare is good. It's more like a common than a rare. 1 mana, 1/1, mill 2, but then in the late game it's a 3/2 Death Touch, which is a good card. This flyer's pretty good. There's plenty of flyers. Gains 2 for each, including itself, so gain some life. I like Waker of the Waves. The fact that it's a split card. When you draw it in the early game, you just pay 2 and smooth your draw. When you draw it in the late game, you can play it as 7/7, and then, of course, it discards itself, so you can reanimate it. Ghostlight is a nice tempo creature for blue-red spells, but it's kind of expensive, and it's not a spell. The rest of these commons suck. The cheap removal is really good in this format. The expensive removal is unimpressive. That's not to say you're not going to play, like, Turn to Slag, but it's just not a great card. But, like, Scorching Dragonfire, Shock, and Grasp of Darkness are excellent. Those are the commons I like to be first picking as far as commons. I think I'm going to take Waker of Waves here. I really like it for Reanimator, the fact that it discards itself. I don't know. I mean, it's a close pick. It's early in the format. I certainly don't think taking Waker here can be a big mistake, but it certainly might not be optimal. I'm not really sure. But I do like Blue-Black Reanimator, and it's a cool deck. Hey, thanks, Numbers Newsy. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks for 18 months of support. It's basically the whole time I've been streaming. Alright, so we could follow it up with another blue card. Roman Ghostlight is fine, though not at its best if in the same decks as Waker, which is more of a control card than an aggro card. Liliana's Devotee is pretty good with cheap removal. You play it on turn 3, you grasp something on turn 4, pay 2 and make it 2-2. Or 3-2 if it stays around. Gourmand is really good in Reanimator because it makes the opponent sack a creature when it comes into play, and while you have to sack a creature to cast it, you don't have to sack a creature if you reanimate it. So if you rise from the grave Gourmand, you make them sack a creature and you get a nice 5/5 flyer. And given Waker of Waves wants to do that, I think Gourmand's another good follow-up to that. Stick with taking the uncommons, the power cards. I did a bunch of drafts over the weekend, but, I mean, it's still a relatively new format, so take everything with a low degree of confidence from everybody. Hey, thanks, Janice. Yeah, you know, Corona spiking here. I mean, it is, you know, mostly younger people now. Hopefully if I get it, I'll be fine. I'm 36, even though I like to make jokes about being old. That's not really old in terms of disease, and I think I have a good immune system and no pre-existing conditions or anything, so hope for the best. Okay, let's see. Nothing wrong with the temples, even if they're one color on. Vidalian Arcanist is actually really important in blue control decks. It's a good blocker in an aggressive format. And also, it's hard to get value out of your 2-drop slot. It's a good way to do that. So I actually like Arcanist a lot. I think it's one of the cards that's substantially better than it looks. Bad deal, you don't even want each player to lose 2 life. You draw 2, they discard 2. That's not very impressive. I think with a Gourmand and a Waker of the Waves, I mean, we just want to be taking Arcanist. I mean, it's a pretty weak pack overall. Again, like, I don't know what else I would take. It would probably be like the blue-red Temple for a 1 color on Temple or something. Yeah, Devotee is pretty good, but there is plenty of good cheap removal. Like, it dies to Scorching Dragonfire, trades down a mana there. Dies to Grasp, trades down a mana there. I mean, look, I like Liliana's Devotee. I'm not in any way against it. I just think Gourmand is a better follow-up to Waker of the Waves, since they both go nicely in Blue-Black Reanimator. And if we go Blue-Red Spells or something, then we're not going to play either black card, I guess. So this pack doesn't really have anything either. I mean, Rewind is an interesting card in that if you get to spend the 4 mana, it's a really good card. If you don't, it's a really bad card. 4 mana counter spell is awful. Have 4 lands and play counter spell without spending any mana is awesome. So that means you can draft Capture Spheres or like other expensive instants. It's not like they have to cost 4. If you have the 5 mana black instant destroy a creature, you can just play this on turn 5 and get 5 mana out. Havoc Jester's fine in the red-black sack deck, but again, there's plenty of removal. 5 isn't a great toughness in the turn to slag format. You'd much rather have 6 or be a cheap creature. Being exactly 5 toughness is not very good in this format. This pack's pretty bad too, like most of the packs we've seen. I think I'm just going to take Rewind. I'm not happy at all about this pick, but it looks like we're drafting a blue control deck, whether it's blue-black or just blue-red or blue-white or blue anything, blue-green, whatever. But at this point, it looks like we have like a blue control deck going. Transmogrify is just not a good card, right? You don't want to kill their creature and have them get another one. You don't want to kill yours to try and spike a better one. Just seems unplayable and limited to me. Some kind of standard build around like Luca. Snare Spinner's a good blocker if you go blue-green control. It's not a good attacker. Thrashing Brontodon's pretty solid, although it's kind of hard to cast if blue is your main color. Play like 8/8 or 9/8 or something. Freebooter's a pretty good card. I mean, there is a lot of spells, and it is an aggressive format where games tend to end. It can be disruptive, but it's also more of a standard card or a modern card. It's not really that great and limited to get a 1/2 flyer and start poking them for 1. I mean, it might be the choice here. We do have a black card, though I don't consider us committed to black. These packs overall have been pretty bad. I hope the people on the other side of the table aren't getting great cards out of pack 1 either. Because, like, my deck is okay, but overall these packs have been pretty weak. So, again, there's nothing I'm really excited about. I'm not really sure why Tavern Swindler's an uncommon. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that, like, the point of that ability is there's life gain matter stuff like Sanguine Indulgence. So you can flip a coin at even EV life-wise and then trigger stuff like this if you do get the gain. I mean, it's not a good card. It's not unplayable. It's a 2-mana 2/2 with that minor upside, I would call it. Yeah, Freebooter's fine. I mean, I'm almost never cutting it. It's just not... Just because it's a modern card doesn't make it a good draft card, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying Freebooter's unplayable. Freebooter's an almost auto-include in any black deck. It's just not, like, some great card. It's just an okay card. But yeah, I guess I'll just take Swindler and stay on course here, just to have a 2-drop if I want it. I mean, this is, like I said, this isn't really going well. But these packs have just been very bad. Like, I'm not trying to stick to the blue-black that we started with. I would gladly have drafted blue anything control after this start. We're just not really seeing anything. Azusa, completely unplayable and limited. Don't put that card in your deck. Crypt Lurker's a fine creature. Sack one of these 2-drops once they're no longer doing anything and draw a card, or discard one of your fatties and then reanimate it, should you get any of that. Overall, again, the other cards I would consider Track Down's a fine 2-mana card. I think Kerr is a little better than it looks. It's a real threat in the late game, and it's a way to spend your 2 mana on turn 2. That's something I tout in every limited format. The worst case scenario for your 2-drops is that they can be blanked by turn 4 or 5 and have almost no impact on a game. Something like Kerr can always force trades. I mean, look, it's not a great card. It's not super efficient or anything, but it's a solid playable 2-drop that I think is better than it looks. Do we want to sack a creature to draw 2? Nah, this is more of a red-black sack card, which we don't have a single red card yet. Guess it's just another Swindler. Magmut over Kerr, yes, definitely agreed. Magmut is better than Kerr in general. Unless you have, well, yeah, no, I mean, Magmut's just better than Kerr. I'm not saying you can't construe a deck where you'd rather have it, but the reason Azusa is bad is because it really takes a lot for that card to line up. Like, if you draw it in the late game, it does nothing. If you draw it in a 3-land hand or even a 4-land hand, it basically does nothing. Like, sure, if you draw exactly 6, like, lands by turn 4 and a 6-drop, it can be okay, but, I mean, it really has to line up incredibly well to do something good for you. Alright, I'm going to grab this little 1/1 flash. I don't know if we'll play it or not. It's not really over anything. You can't mill yourself, can you? No. We do have rogues. We have a lot of rogues. 2 Swindlers and Thieves Guild. Is there a rogue lord in this format? I noticed somebody said we're rogue tribal. It's true. Yeah, blue doesn't seem super open. I mean, I'm not opposed to switching to black-red sack or black-white life gain with the 2 Swindlers. But again, we haven't seen anything to make us switch. It's not, you know, it's not that I'm trying to stick to blue so hard for Awaker the Waves. Blue does seem cut, but what seems open besides black? We haven't really gotten anything besides black, right? So we'll see what we open in Pack 2 and if we can get sent in a direction. I mean, this is a tough draft so far. So again, bad deal seems pretty bad. I guess at Gloomsower, if we end up doing a Reanimator thing, we have the Lurkers to discard them. See if we get any Rise from the Graves. I mean, black does seem open, even though blue does seem cut. Here, I guess I'm going to take Kerr, because Duress is unplayable. What's my favorite uncommon so far? Can't think of any mythic uncommons so far. Hollowblade is good, yeah. Definitely not mythic, though. Same thing with Faith Fetters. Like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen any uncommons that are, like, way too good so far. I've seen some decent ones. Like the ones you're naming. Those are both good cards. Like, they're fine to first pick. But yeah, no, I haven't seen any, like, broken uncommons or anything so far. Oh, yeah, Tutelage, duh. Yeah, I forgot Tutelage. Yeah, if you can build around Tutelage, that card is ridiculous. If you first pick tutelage, you just draft all the card drawing and stuff. I mean, the only problem is you won't always have your tutelage, so sometimes your deck is totally busted, and sometimes your deck isn't very good. I mean, you have your shot to get a second, and then of course you can draft like Spellgorge or Weirds and other things that work like with the same type of cards. Hey, thanks for the subscription, TPO. Appreciate it. Okay, so I think we'll probably just take Grasp. This is not one of the better life game build-arounds. I mean, if you can really gain a lot of life, sure, but it's not that easy to get to 27. We're committed to black. We're still looking likely to play black-blue, but we're not committed to blue. Grasp is really good. If you want a good general PSA in this format, cheap removal, Grasp, Scorching Dragonfire, and Shock are all excellent. The expensive removal is, like, not that impressive. Like, it's fine, but I would take, like, all the cheap removal. Like, I would take Shock, Grasp, or Scorching Dragonfire over, like, the 5-mana Destroy a Creature black card, or over Turn to Slag. Like, I think this format is more about the cheap removal than the expensive removal. So this land can actually be better than it looks. Let's take a look at what our creature types are. It pumps a bunch of animals, not human rogues. Not human pirates, not merfolk wizards, not horrors, I don't think. No, it's just all animals. So it doesn't look like it's very good for us. I mean, pumps cats and dogs, which I guess are like more like red, white, and green things. Not the best if we go blue-black. Probably just want to capture sphere. It goes well with Rewind. It's an instant way to spend 4 mana. I mean, the best card is probably this Ornery Dilophosaur. I like this card a lot. 4/4 Death Touch is tough to interact with, but that's not a reason to start meandering in a green. If we had opened a green Broken Rare or something, I was totally into it. But yeah, that's just not an impressive card. My cat is attacking me today. Stop biting me. Why are you so aggro, Lyra? Lyra's in a very aggressive mood. Okay, so you got to stop the beats. So I think Deathbloom Thallid over Ghostlight. It looks like we're going to draft like a blue-black control. We don't have any Rise from the Graves yet. We still have, almost 2 packs to get them. But even if we don't, we can just cast Waker and Gorman and stuff. Thallid has good sack synergy. Sack it to the Crypt if you really want. Draw a card. Probably won't do that, but sack the 1/1 token to draw a card if that's around. We will do. Also, we can sack it to Gorman, and just blocks well and helps us play long games and cast our Boom Booms to win, which is kind of what our deck is about. Stop attacking me. I'm trying to draft, Lyra. Why are you so aggressive? My cat is literally fighting me right now. She's trying to give the other streamers an edge by distracting me. So let's see. We certainly don't need more fatties. We don't even have ways to reanimate them yet. Arcanist looks good. Even though we don't have a lot of spells to spend our mana on yet with Arcanist, there are plenty in these colors. And we do hope to get more. Megalodon is like fine, but we already have Gloomsower, which I like better, plus Waker and Gormand. And still no ways to reanimate. So looks like a pretty clear Arcanist, even though it's not great in our deck yet. Yeah, the Temple's close, but the one color on Temples are fine. I mean, you always play them, but they're not, like, exciting. Lyra meowed a bunch, so maybe that was saying hello to the stream. But she just went out the door, so now I'm shutting her out because as much as I love Lyra, she's literally biting my legs right now and stuff, and I don't know what her deal is. She's in a fighting mood. My cats are in their terrible twos. They both sets of them, are the 2 sisters, they're a couple months apart. They're both 2 years old now. Let's see. Lyra is named after the Magic card, yes. So Rewind is pretty good with the 2 Arcanists. We already have a Capture Sphere. We're trying to draft a control deck. I mean, we do want more ways to spend our mana at instant speed, but we do have those Arcanists. So we are going to try and draft any instance we can get. Yes, I would love to draft Gyruda should it teleport into this set. Seems unlikely, but hey, you never know. Sky Scanner's fine. I mean, yeah, we could sack it with Crypt Lurker and draw a card, but this is a pretty aggro format. It's just not a great way to spend 3 mana. Oh, the bad puns library manipulator are for LSV streams, not mine. We don't do bad puns here. Yeah, I agree, Miser Lou. It's not, like, unplayable, but it's mediocre at best in this format. I agree. We do have these nice 7s to ramp to, so maybe we'll play a Meteorite. I mean, Meteorite's also pretty mediocre, but if you can spend your mana, you want to go from 5 to 7 because you have 2 powerful 7 drops, maybe more. It's a fine card. A lot of the creatures are small, so it is kind of a 2-for-1 in that you get a resource and kill a creature. You're usually going to kill a 2 or 3 drop, but that's not a great deal for 5 mana, but then if you can actually use the mana, it might be playable. Thank you, Cryptid Architect. Appreciate the subscription. We didn't really need the crab. You can see we have a bunch of better 4s already. 2 Crypt Lurkers. These cards all suck. I don't want any of them. I mean, Alchemist's Gift could be a playable one of. The lifelink can help you get back into the game if you're a control deck. Death Touch can blow people out on occasion. I mean, Swift Response is great removal if we somehow wanted to splash it, but it seems pretty unlikely. I mean, we're not, like, hard committed to blue, but we still haven't really seen any other white or anything. I don't think there's any way we're going to play any of these cards. I'm actually going to take the Sanctum because if we do open other Sanctums, maybe we'll want it. And green does seem like it has some potential. Is Stewart unplayable? What is Stewart? The one drop? It's pretty bad. I mean, I would play it, Liliana Stewart. I would play it if I had, like, reasons. Like, if I wanted to sack my creature. Because, I mean, this can make them discard. That's just a 1-for-1. That's not really a good ability. But if you're getting a sack trigger, if you're getting value that way, then maybe it's playable. Alright, now I'll grab that 1 color on Temple. None of these cards are particularly useful. Frostbrat's a really good aggro card, but we're not aggro. Lofty Denial, if you have flyers, also more of an aggro card. I do see green-black as still an option. Probably going to play black-blue, of course. Do you need other cards to turn on Thieves' Guild Enforcer? Which one is Thieves' Guild Enforcer? Oh, yeah. I don't know if we're going to play this card right now. We're probably not going to. Can we do anything with Lofty Denial? We don't have it. Flyers. I mean, we have Gorman. I mean, Lofty Denial is good if it's on and bad if it's off. Oh, Freebooter flies too, so maybe. Thank you, Iwan Karameso and Hamani. I'm sure I mispronounced both of your names, but I really do appreciate the subscriptions. Thank you, everybody who supports my stream and my Magic content. My first draft of the day, it's one of those streamer pod drafts where the top 4 from 2 of them will advance to a final pod, hosted by Lola Man. So hopefully we can go 2-1 today and get through. This has been a pretty tough draft. I mean, it's in pod play, so I don't feel as bad as if I had drafted this like on Arena. Presumably the other people's decks aren't that good either. Hopefully, at least. I would say, though, this has been a pretty rough draft. Like, I'm not happy with this deck. Hollowblade probably over Scorching Dragonfire. A Grundy format? This format is definitely not grindy, I'll say that. I don't know if it's Grundy or not. White seems a little open this pack, but we didn't see much good white pack 1. Green was probably the color after black we saw the most of pack 1. I do like that we have the blue-green and the black-green dual if we want to, and Meteorite, so if we want to splash, we can. Cultivate actually could be good, too. Play like a blue-green or a blue or a green-black, I would say, is the only thing still on the table, sort of. I mean, look, we're very likely to end up blue-black at this point, but I'm just saying, if we want to go like blue-green splash black or green-black splash blue, we can, especially green-black splash blue. Because we have expensive stuff, and we have 2 ramp cards in Cultivate and Sanctum. And it would be pretty easy to splash. Not that our blue cards are really splashable, but let's see what we open. So the black Sanctum's pretty good, especially with the green Sanctum if we want to play that. Fable Passage is good for fixing and splashing as well. This Swamp is really cool, but I'm not going to draft it. It does look pretty, though. Jeskai Elder's a nice Reanimator card. It's a good 2-drop, and then you can loot away your expensive stuff, but it's a lot better than Blue-Red Prowess, where you can keep triggering it. I think this has to be Black Sanctum. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Draken. Appreciate the support. We already have a green Sanctum, potentially. We have plenty of 2-drops if we go blue, so we're not hurting for the Jeskai Elder. Black is our color we're most committed to, even though we're not like that much more black than blue right now. Blue seemed pretty cut in pack 1, and we got a lot of black in pack 1. So I think black is our best color going into pack 3. And I do like the Black Sanctum, especially if you have some ways to discard it later, like if you can loot it away or something. On turn 2, it's a really nice play. I mean, on turn 7, it may not do anything, but that's why you want to have ways to loot it away and things like that. I think there's a decent chance I might meander in a green-black if I can. Or just play Sultai. I mean, with Cultivate, Sanctum, and we already have this Sanctum, and then Temple and Thornwood Falls, and Meteorite, we could play straight 3, or like a 3-color Sultai deck pretty easily if we want to. See where these packs send us. So is Jolrel good? Whenever you draw your second card, well, if you draw cards, it's good. And then you can turn all your stuff into equal to your hand size, which you may not have a lot of cards left in hand late in the game. But if you can trigger this and make 2/2s, that's pretty good. We don't really have much card drawing. I mean, we still have a pack to try and draft it. Oh, Crypt Lurker triggers it. So if we go green-black, that'll work nicely. Okay. And, I mean, if we don't... Again, it's not like I'm forcing this. If we don't take Jolrel here, what are we taking? Sky Scanner? Protege? Crypt Lurker number 3 with no Rise from the Graves? So, definitely going to take Jolrel. We've got 2 Crypt Lurkers to trigger it, should we go green-black. We do have these 2 Sanctums now for a green-black ramp. We could still easily play the Arcanist or not, Splash Blue or not. This is a tough draft. I am not happy with this seat. Alright, let's see. 9 lives doesn't really seem good at all to me. Solidarity's nice in white aggro decks, but that's not a place we're going. This pack's pretty weak. It looks like another Deathbloom Thallid, another nice grindy card, make sure we don't get run over. I really do like the Thallid a lot in this format. It was a good card in Dominaria because of Saproling synergies, but in this format, it's good for a completely different reason. It's because a lot of people are just trying to attack you on the ground, and Deathbloom Thallid is just an awesome blocker. Like, you trade that with your 2 or 3 drop and net a 1/1, I mean, that's a pretty significant advantage. Yeah, I mean, I would play a Sky Scanner for the Lofty Denials, but there's a decent chance I'm going to go black-green, I think. It's pretty weird, but, you know, the Sanctum goes... Oh, and there's the blue Sanctum giving us our 3rd Sanctum, so we're probably going to take that. Sanctums, of course, get much better in multiples. And we've got the black and the green one already. Otherwise, there's Vessel, which is great in the Reanimators, but we don't have any ways to reanimate. We didn't see any Rise from the Graves this whole draft. So yeah, let's just take Sanctum number 3. And I mean, with the green Sanctums and Cultivate, I mean, we could splash. So if we see the red or white Sanctum, don't let me miss that, because we now have blue, black, and green Sanctums. Yeah, blue Sanctum is pretty busted with Jolrel. I mean, we're definitely going to splash blue. Like, I mean, we might play straight 3, or we might get rid of these double blue cards. Maybe Waker is splashable because it costs 7 and it has a single blue way to get rid of it. At this point, I would say it looks something like this, most likely. Maybe not that card either. Which, again, my deck's not great. We're trying to cobble together what we can. I mean, this has been a pretty rough seat. But we're trying to cobble together what we can out of a very tough seat. Alright, let's see. Containment Priest, Legacy card, not a limited all-star. I mean, it's a 2-mana 2/2 flash, so you can play it, but basically doesn't have an ability. We can get another Crypt Lurker. It's a card I like. We don't really have much to do with it, though. Track Down might be okay if we're going green now. Scry 3 is pretty big, smoothing your draw. I don't really like Cage Zombie very much, unless you're like a black-red sack aggro deck or something. I think this is just a track down over Lurker number 3. Help us find those blue, as people are saying, fix your mana and so on. Yeah, Wall of Runes is fine in this format, but I think we're going to be splashing blue. The thing is, even though we have more blue than green, our green stuff is fixing. Like, you know, we can play Cultivate to get blue or Sanctum to get blue, but we can't play Arcanist to get green. So I mean, unless we decide to go straight 3, we pretty much have to go green, black, splash, blue, not the other way around. Not blue, black, splash, green. So we could play Read the Tides. It would be a lot better if we play all those Arcanists. Otherwise, I mean, Sanctum into it is pretty good. Cultivate into it works with Joe Rail. I mean, it's a fine card to splash, obviously. Otherwise, there's Training, which also triggers Joe Rail. Training doesn't do a whole lot for us on these. I think a powerful card like Read the Tides is better. Training does work with the Cat Lady, so does Read, but I don't know. I think that's better. I mean, Lore Skill Kotal's pretty good. I mean, otherwise, there's the Vine. Pride Malkin is pretty good. We do have a lot of 2s to pump. I mean, the Kotal is definitely the best of them. I guess maybe we're just going to go all 3 colors. I mean, at this point, my cards are pretty weak. I think we get a nice power level if we go 3. We kind of want to play the Arcanist to play Read the Tides. And then their Arcanists are good in this deck. We can sack them later to the Crypt Lurkers or the Gourmand. Might just be a 3-color Sanctum deck. Not really have a splash. I mean, we do have the 2 duels, some green fixing. Fierce Empath looks pretty good. Can search up Gourmand or Waker, Gloomsower, depending on the game. Although, if we do play 3 Arcanists, Sanctum here and Cultivate, maybe we want another Read the Tides. Read the Tides is also really good with Kotal. Draw 3, pump 3 times. But Empath is also really good to sack to the Crypt Lurkers and stuff like that. So I think the Empath is better. Looks like a pretty easy Elder now. Yeah, we're just going to play all 3, I think. We can get rid of these Swindlers. We picked up enough other better 2-drops if we play blue. So, I mean, we didn't see much black in Pack 3, despite seeing a lot of it in Packs 1 and 2. It's been kind of a tough draft. I think we're going to have to just play Sultai. Our mana's not going to be a dream, but it's not going to be horrible. We've got green fixing, blue card drawing, 2 dual lands, Meteorite, Sanctum, Cultivate. We can do a 3-color mana base with this deck. It's not going to be beautiful. It's not going to be horrible. We're going to end up producing like 7 of each or something of that nature. Hey, White Shrine, Shrine number 4. Got to splash that. 1 Plains will give us 4 sources with Meteorite, Cultivate, and the Sanctum. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this deck is good. It's definitely spicy. I agree with that. So I like this card when you have Rise from the Graves and stuff, but we don't. So I'm pretty sure we're not playing any of these, so I don't think this pick actually matters. Five, six, seven. Even though we're splashing white, I don't see any way we would play that. All of these cards look pretty good. Remember, there's 2 lands, so that's 26. So we got to cut like 2 cards. Maybe 3. Yeah, I mean, I didn't draft this on purpose. Really didn't see much this draft. So, export deck to MTGA. Import. Maximum number of decks reached. Okay, let's get rid of something. I don't know what this is. Goodbye. Oops. Supposed to hit import, not plus, I think. There we go. Okay. So let's see. Four, 8, 9, 12, 14. Well, that's not right. How many? Oh, yeah, we got to cut a few spells, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 21, 22, 26. So we got to cut at least 2, maybe 3. I don't think we want to cut the fatties. That's kind of like how we close. How are the Arcanists? They can cast Track Down, but it's cheap. Cultivate. Again, it's not really curving efficiently or anything. And then the one Read the Tides. But they also can be sacked. How are we on 2 drops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seems fine. They're pretty good blockers, but yeah, I agree the Arcanists aren't great in this deck. Elder's okay. I mean, it triggers Jolrail if it gets in. So I don't want to cut in this top end. That's kind of how we win. Meteorite, since we're now splashing white 2 and 3 colors in that. Archer, yeah, Archer's cuttable. Definitely the worst of the 4s, but still a decent card in this deck. Could cut like 1 more Arcanist. I don't think the Arcanists are good in this deck. I agree. They'd be good if we played all those rewinds, but we didn't get that much flash stuff. I don't think we really want them. And we might play 16 lands, even though we spend our mana okay. I mean, we also have Track Down to hit land drops, Cultivate, Sanctum. Probably want to play 17, though. See what the mana looks like. One plains for sure, and then the other 3 colors are probably pretty even. So if we play 16, that gives us 5, 5, 5 with 2 duels. We can produce like 6, 6, 5. It's not great. I mean, I know we have the Meteorite, but we definitely want 7 green. I don't really mind 6 of the others. 5's a little low for stuff like that. Can't be missing the 2 most important shrines. I have 4. The rare one. Archer maybe gets cut. Which one is... Oh, Skeleton Archer. Yeah, Skeleton Archer's cuttable. I agree. I think we do need the land. So let's get the Archer out of there. And then we want to get more green for sure because we have green fixing. So that gives us 7 green, 5 black, 5 blue. So that looks good. 5, 7, 11, 15, 16 lands. We still get 1 more land if we want it. A 6 blue or a 6 black. Almost certainly black. Both our duals are green. So that gives us 1 more green since our green is the fixing color. Oh, I guess I need to check and make sure we don't have any more white cards we really want to splash in the sideboard. I didn't even think about that. Like, if Valor Steed, I mean, I don't want, but if we had picked up, like, that 2-mana destroy a tapped creature, I'd splash that. This looks right, though. Because I can't just throw extra planes in the deck for the 1 white card. I mean, I can still double tap if I just draw Meteorite, or Sanctum. Thank you, Tifa. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, let's get to battle. Looks like the pairing sheet is up. I've got Gimlicks round 1. Let me give my info to Gimlicks here. Where's the challenge? There we go. This deck is not good. This is one of the... I mean, look, we'll see how it plays out. I always say this, and it's really important. Draw quality is the largest factor in determining whether you win or lose. If we go turn 2 Joel Rail, start triggering it. If we draw turn 2 Black Shrine and then play 2 more, like, we could ramp right up to our 7 drops. Like, this deck has ways to win, but I am not happy with this deck. This is not one of the better decks I've drafted in this format. Hey, thanks for the generous cheer. I appreciate the support. Tyrannikara. Thank you for the generous 100-bit donation. I don't think I missed a little number. I wonder if I missed a space or something. They said they already challenged with limited tournament, which is what I used. Try one more time. So, limited tournament match. There's the deck. There's that. I think they would have done a friends challenge because I don't think I've added them before. I'm not opposed to doing so, but I think this is the first time I've played against them in one of these. Right, that means we have, like, a disconnect on the challenge. Like, either one of us didn't put in one setting different, which probably isn't the case since we both use limited tournament match, presumably. Or, like, there's a space in one of our names or something like that. I don't really know. I mean, maybe the challenge just timed out, because I know they sent theirs really quickly. I don't really know what the deal is. I mean, they said to use limited tournament match. I'm pretty sure we both did that. Okay. Yeah, I think the challenge might have just timed out or something. I don't know. Still working out the kinks. Well, all 3 colors of mana. Turn 2 Sanctum. Pretty much everything we could ask for. Not that this hand does a whole lot, but it's positioned to be a good hand. Think we get the Sanctum going over the Arcanist here. No guarantees the Arcanist would be able to attack. This is dealing 2 points a turn because it's gaining 1 and dealing 1. Should be a Cultivate here, I think. Ensure the ramp. Plains is the only color we don't have, and then we probably want second black, since we have Island, Forest, Blue-Green Dual. It's unlikely that it's going to work out. If Peter here would have just not grown the weird, it would have been nice. We could have meteorited it. But I didn't expect that to happen. But now we can play the Empath and the Arcanist. We can search out like that flying 5/5 that makes people sack creatures. I mean, they're probably going to have another creature, but that's okay. We have things too. So yeah, that seems almost like a scripted turn. We're going to have multiple little bodies to sack. I have to imagine Gorman next turn when we have 6 mana, and we won't have 7, except for with Arcanist, which doesn't cast creatures. So this is pretty easy, I think. We'll get to sack one of our little bodies, kill either the weird or something else they play, and then get a 5/5 flyer. Sadly, they have a nice little body to sack now. I was hoping they would have to at least cast a real creature. I wasn't expecting to get the weird, was just hoping they would have to cast something else. Not that we have to Gormand. Do we have any other reasonable options? If we play Meteorite, we can take out one of these, but then we can't really use the 2 mana, so that doesn't seem great. If we could go Meteorite into Codal, that would be reasonable, but I think we just want to get out our 5/5 flyer here. I mean, we do want the Codal to start growing, but I don't want to spend this turn casting Codal and nothing else. That doesn't seem great. Probably better to use all our mana, right? I don't think any pre-combat trades here are bad for us. They result in us killing a better creature with Gormand. So let's attack. And then sack the Empath, because it's just a 1/1 once in play. The only real downside of this line was we didn't get the Temple in play, and we need one more land out to go Meteorite into Codal, but still think it was almost certainly the right line. Let's see what we get this turn. Okay, so now we can play Codal and Thallid, so I like that. Or we can play Gormand, which again is the biggest creature in play and would kill a 2/1, and then get the Temple out. That's probably better. mean, there's nothing wrong with sacking again and making them sack again. They're sacking better creatures than we are. Do I want that land? Next turn, right now I have 7. I can double spell. I can Meteorite and then use it immediately and cast a 3-drop. No, we don't need land 8. That's not helping me. We're looking to draw other shrines. We're looking to draw Grasp. We're looking to draw Capture Sphere, but we don't need to draw Swamp. Do we want to chump block to save 5? Yeah, probably. So now we can go Meteorite into Codal and get that to start growing. That seems almost certainly correct. Get rid of the 3/2 flyer. Even though we take a hit this turn, hopefully we won't die. I mean, we are at 9. We should be able to take 1 hit from that and not die. I don't think we actually have ways to discard this from our hand, so I should play it, right? We have Jeskai Elder, which isn't that likely to connect. Oh, we have the Blue Sanctum, too. But we already have a Sanctum, so if we draw that, we're going to draw mad cards. I'll just discard a different land. Like, you know, if we didn't have Black Sanctum out, whatever, but if we draw Blue Sanctum, that means we have draw step plus draw 2 cards, because there's a Black Sanctum out. We'll find something else to discard, I think. Okay, so if they don't have anything, this 8/6 is the biggest creature on board. That looks good. The risk is if they do have something, then we just die. I could also play the Thallid and the Crypt Lurker, sack the Thallid to draw to the Crypt Lurker, get a 1/1 token, draw a card, and grow the Codal. I think that's better. I think we can play it kind of safe here. Now we get a 1/1 chump blocker. And we have a pretty good double block on either of their creatures. So if they have nothing, we're good on board. And if they have something, this is slightly better than just putting out Gloomsower. So now we lose if they have removal. No way around that. Assuming they don't have anything, we still have a good double block. But then we have to... So our block becomes scripted because those creatures have trample. So I can't put the 1/1 on the 6/6 and double block the Megalodon, or the trample for 5 will kill me. So I have to put the 1/1 on the 5/7 and double block the weird. Hopefully they don't have anything else. I mean, like an op doesn't beat me or anything or even matter. Of course, if they have any removal or burn or whatever, I'm dead. But it's not like we're going to be at 1 forever because we have the Sanctum. Yuck, there's Turret Ogre to deal the final point. Gross. Okay, so they're a blue-red spells deck. They had some expensive cards. Don't think we can bring in the rewinds, though. They are double blue. Why do we want the Archer in? Oh, yeah, they had the 2/1 and the Scanner. Yeah, I should have brought the Archer in. You're right, Traff. Game 3, if we get there, I'll bring the Archer in. I just missed it. To be fair, we can probably take out a land on the draw, and this game on the play, we probably want 17. I'm not saying there's something that shouldn't have came out for the Archer, but it'll be easier to board it in and board 1 land out on the draw. Yeah, we started at 2, because the streamer draft accommodates some Europeans, and it's like 4 or 5 hours ahead there. We tend to start at 2 instead of 3 for those. No, I don't want Lofty Denial unless I have flyers. Like, that card's just a dead card way too often. If you're like a blue-white flyers or blue-black flyers or whatever, it's a great card because pay 4 is going to counter things at most points in most games of Limited. But pay 1 is just a dead card a lot of the time. What's up, Cam? How you doing? Alright, not exceptional, but it can fill out nicely. I mean, obviously we can't cast this yet, but we have 4 or 5 sources. Certainly not as good a hand as last time, but hopefully it'll fill out. Nothing wrong with starting there. So we can take... They don't have blue. I'm not really worried about Secure the Scene, even though it can answer that card. That's a million years from now. I'm going to take Rain. That's single blue. These are double blue. I don't really want them to Rain on turn 4. I'd much rather them just play that white card on turn 5. Why is it not showing me that card? I know they drew and played the Cur, I think. Why is that 5-mana white card face down instead of face up in their hand? It's a bug? Oh, okay. Waker's decent. That's why Waker's a pretty good split card. Obviously, we're nowhere near casting it, so we can now use the other ability. Look for Cultivate, Swamp, Plains, whatever. I'm doing it now in case we get a tap land or something like that. Wow, I want both of those. Probably have to take Cultivate. Then I can get Swamp number 2 to cast Grasp and Gorman and Plains for White Sanctum. I really want the Black Sanctum, and I could cast it right now. But it has to be Cultivate, right? I know, I like Greed as much as anybody, but I think that's the right call. I'm going to attack with both, because this trade favors me. If they take and hit me back for 5, sure, that's not a profitable exchange, but they may have things they want to cast on their turn, and I'm pretty happy to trade Thallid for that and get my 1/1. I have ways to sack 1/1s for profit, so if I can trade off the Thallid, then I get a 1/1, then I draw, like, Crypt Lurker, which I have 2 of, or Gorman, which I already have. Okay, so I need to get a Plains, and that's it, since I drew the second Swamp. I'm going to play the Swamp here. So let's Cultivate, and then I'm going to Grasp their creature. We need to get the Plains, and then I guess Forest, now that I already drew second Swamp. I don't think this matters. Just going to Grasp their Ogre, and continue with the beatdown. Do I want to play the Gormand? Yeah, I won't be greedy. We know one... Oh, no, one of these cards kills it. So, no, I don't want to play it. I'll just put out the Shrine. They're 1 land away from killing it. I was going to say they would need 2 blue before they can bounce it. That's a long time from now. But they're holding the 5-mana white card, even though it's face down. We know it's in their hand. So if I play it and sack the 1/1, then they just kill it. That's not good for me. Okay, Crypt Lurker, sack the 1/1, draw a card. That should seal up the game. Now we can go get another nice fatty. Right, 2 blow off from those. That's why I was going to play Gorman. But they're holding the 1 white and 4 kill a creature. So that's why it didn't make sense to play Gorman. I don't know why it's face down and not face up, but it's in their hand. Now that there's a creature to kill... I have 4 shrines. I'm missing the red one. And you do play doubles of your shrines because you don't draw 2 of 2 that often and you can loot away the extra ones. But I just got 1 of each except the red one. Alright, so yeah, I agree the archers should come in. There's enough targets. We had like 1 extra-ish land, I think, and we're going to be on the draw, so I think we can just take out like... What are we on? 6 black, 5 blue... So yeah, we can take out 1 black, I think. We have a lot of double black cards, actually. Maybe I don't want to take out a black. I mean, I know we make a bunch more mana. It's not really 5 sources. Like, this can find a land, this is a land, this is a land, Meteorite is a land. But we do have, like, a decent amount of double black. Well, do I have any cards that are just outright bad? Not really, right? There's not really anything to board out. No, all of those are useful. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to flood. Greed is good. I can't really take out a forest because I have 2 green fixers. So it's really +2 on blue and black sources. If I draw Cultivate or if I draw the green Shrine, that produces black. Alright, so we're on the draw. We got to keep this. Hopefully, if we draw a forest, this hand is awesome. Sanctum, Cultivate, Sanctum. If we don't, we're probably going to lose. Hopefully we'll draw lands, especially forests. Thank you for subscribing, Voxel. Appreciate the support. 7 green in there. Need to draw one now. Please, thank you. You're welcome against this aggro deck. Boo. 2-lander on the draw. No love. Forest. Ugh. Not like this. I mean, this is a clear keep. It's a 2-lander on the draw with both Sanctums. Like, just gotta hope to have drawn a land or two. But didn't happen. Let me see if round 2 is up. We're still live. We just need 2-1. 2-1 and 3-0 are effectively the same in this. We're trying to advance. We need to go 2-1 to make the top 4. It looks like Raph already won against Lola Man. We lost, but the brackets are there, so I think I play Lola Man. So I think we can most likely get to the next match right now in the streamer draft. Yep, I play Lola Man, and they are ready. Raph already disposed of Lola round 1. Let me see where Lola's info is, and we can get right into a battle against Lola. Yep, thanks. Okay, great. Cool. So, accept. Why is this standard, though? Yeah, they sent standard on accident. I did not finish Mythic Rank 1. I was Rank 1 as of yesterday, and then I just jammed Premier Draft all day yesterday. I don't remember my final ranking. It was like 150th or something. I had Rank 1 as yesterday morning when I woke up, and then I just jammed Premier Drafts all day. Lola Man Challenge. Challenge match, limited. Okay, that should work, whatever. And then... Well, I didn't set any settings. I just accepted Lola's challenge. I think limited tournament match, okay. Best of 3. Lola's been challenging me via the friend settings, which is better because you don't have to enter each other's names once you're friends, and you don't have to set the settings. You just accept their challenge. Yeah, I mean, Lola's the one doing the work, but it was their mistake. I'm just accepting his challenge here. Another nice 2-lander on the draw to lose with. You know I'm not going to mull this. I mean, we have Thallid for 3. If we draw 1 blue, we have Kodal and Arcanist. We're on the draw. If we draw an island, it's an amazing hand. If not... At least that gives us 1 more turn to get the island and a 3-drop to buy time in the meantime. Still need an island, but this turn would be ideal for Kodal, but now we can wait a turn at least. Alright, I'm going to use 3 mana and play Thallid over 2 for Jolrael. We don't have any reason to think we're going to draw an extra card next turn. If we draw the island, we can play like Arcanist and Jolrael or Sanctum. Alright, can't complain about that. I'm clearly not going to attack. We're not going to race a 4/3 lifelinker, but I'll gladly block it with Thallid if it attacks. Thanks for resubscribing, Zach. Appreciate the support. We all know Magic's the most fun job in the world, but not the best paying, so I could always use that money. This looks like a fine trade to me. Llanowar Visionary is excellent, I agree. Even though I want to get the Blue Sanctum going and trigger Jolrael every turn, I don't want to have to race a 4/3 lifelink. Crypt Lurker sacking this 1/1 triggers Jolrael this turn. So I'm just going to do that. Uses all my mana. It helps me dig up lands. And now I have a good blocker for this turn. If we draw a land, we can play like Kodal and Freebooter, maybe take removal and get the Kodal going. Then hopefully we can lay the Blue Sanctum for the win. So clearly they have something, but I don't think there's anything that pumps multiple creatures, and these are good trades for me. So I'm just going to line up both. I don't really care about them gaining life. I'm trying to win through card advantage, and as a control deck, they can gain all the life they want. Alright, no lands. There's no way to draw an extra card. Our choices are Freebooter and Arcanist, or like Sanctum, Kodal, or Capture Sphere. I don't think we really need a Capture Sphere or 4/3 lifelink. Like I said, I don't really care if they gain life. That doesn't really matter to me. I think I'm going to just get the Sanctum going. It's the one they can't really interact with. Start draining for 2 a turn. Drawing 2, discard 1 is generating card advantage every game. I mean, every turn. And then hopefully with land 5, I can go like Freebooter, Kodal, and then should be smooth sailing from there, I think. Unless they really have fantastic stuff in hand. I mean, I could have discarded Arcanist, but the 1/1 sap wasn't going to do anything in play, so I think it was pretty clear to sack it. Right, the order doesn't matter. Yes, I want to draw 2, discard 1. Discard a swamp here. No real decisions here, I think. We don't really need to kill any of those creatures that badly. I think we need to get Kodal out. It's going to grow by 3 a turn because of the Blue Sanctum. So we play Freebooter to try and take removal. And then we play the Kodal. And now my deck is fully online. Thank you, Doc Feza. Appreciate the 4 months of support. Thanks to everybody who chooses to subscribe to my stream. I really appreciate the support. So trades are fine. The Freebooter's not on anything. Let's just put that on the 3/1. Oh, wait, they can get it back, right? That's what it does. They're going to gain life. Wait, but if I trade with it, they gain the life when damage happens. Can they get it back right now? At the beginning of your end step, yes. So I don't want to trade with it because they're just going to get it back. So let's just double block this 4/3, I think. I don't care about either of these creatures. I just want to stop them from gaining constantly so that I can kill the ghoul later. I don't really care about this being a quote-unquote 2-for-1. Doesn't matter. Thank you, Vadre and Shapsation. Really appreciate all the support. Just want to stop them drawing extra cards. Now I'm going to keep drawing extra cards. And like I said, this should pretty much be game. Bigger than their stuff. Sack it to draw a card, doesn't matter. Arcanist and Jeskai Elder can trade with their stuff, so I don't really need the Kodal back. I don't care at all about trading off the Elder. This Kotal's growing by 3 a turn. I'm not expecting to connect with it. So if they attack, it's just Arcanist on Visionary, Elder on Silver Smoke Ghoul. I have a Grasp if they do anything sneaky. Can't really imagine we can lose this game unless they play like Ugin or something like that. We did not beat Gimmel, so we're fighting for our quote-unquote tournament life. You need 2-1 to go and make top 4 and advance to the final pod. So we can. That loss doesn't matter if we win this and the next, but back is to the wall now. You don't really know. I mean, I kind of got there on accident with the Shrines. I mean, my deck doesn't do a whole lot. I was trying to draft Reanimator, and I got a good start for it, and then never saw any Rise from the Graves or anything, so we kind of had to... And then we didn't see much blue, but we saw black the whole draft, so we kind of just had to audible into this. Kind of like a 3-color Shrines deck. I mean, I know we're splashing white too, but... Clearly we can chuck lands. Kotal is enormous. No real decisions. Just gonna beat down. They can attack back for 2. I don't care. We're way ahead now. Play another Shrine. So long as they don't play literally Ugin, I don't think we can lose. We still have 17 left. But we're draining for 3 a turn, too. I mean... And remember, we can kill a creature, bounce 2, kill a creature... Like, we're not going to deck unless they do some kind of milling that I don't expect. Like, if they play that card that makes you draw half your deck or something, maybe. But I'm not going to, like, natural deck. Yeah, the draw option's optional, too. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not worried about it. Like I said, we're not going to natural deck. There may be a way they can deck us involving, like, a card like that black rare or something. I mean, they might be dead now. So drain for 3 to 13. This grows by 3. Yeah, we have 13. So we can bounce their creatures, and unless they're holding something, they're dead right now. No, I don't even have to bounce them. I can just tap them all with the Shrine. Four Shrines in play. Don't mind if we do. Alright, so they're a black-green, grindy type deck. We didn't see anything to ping, right? So I don't think there's anything to change, really. Meteorite is better than it looks because the creatures are pretty small in this format, but you still have to want the ramp or fixing out of it. 5 mana sorcery, deal 2 to a creature, deal 2 to... I know it's any target, but you're going to hit a creature the vast majority of the time is not a playable card. But, like, there are a lot of small creatures. It does trade with 3 drops pretty consistently. So, like, if you're a 4-color Shrine deck, you probably want to play Meteorite. If you've got a bunch of 7s, like, which Reanimator does, 7 is kind of the casting cost of a lot of that cycle, Megalodon and Gloomsower and all that, then you might want to play Meteorite. But if you're not using, like, if you don't have 6 and 7 mana cards, then you're not going to play it. Or if you're not, like, if you're not using it for colored mana fixing, you're not going to play it. Basically, with Meteorite, the deal 2 is good in this format. So if the tapped out amount of any color, once you already have 5, is good, if both halves are good, it becomes a playable card. If only one half is good, it's not a playable card. 5 mana ramp isn't playable, 5 mana deal 2 isn't playable, but if your deck wants 5 mana deal 2 plus ramp, then it's a playable card. Thanks for subscribing, Dangle. Appreciate the 18 months of support, as well as everything you do for the stream and YouTube channel. Meteorite is not better than Shock. And please don't force 5-color Shrines unless you're drafting purely for fun. Thanks, Tim Schaffert. Appreciate the subscription. As usual, you know I'm going to keep. If we draw a forest, this hand is beautiful. If not, we got a little time with a turn 3 Thallid. Plus, Lola Man's deck seems fine. All the cards they played last game were good, but it doesn't seem fast or aggressive. Thanks, Lucky PhD. Appreciate everybody subscribing today. Thank you for the support. This Carnux chair is new. I've had it for like 2 months. It's not brand new. Mage Market sent it to me. The chair behind me is the old one. Maybe longer than 2 months now. 2 months in real time. A year and a half in 2020 time. You're welcome. Let's go Tahiti. No real decision. We'll just trade with the bigger creature. Still need to draw land. Either an island or a forest works. We can cultivate our way out of this. We can Blue Sanctum and Waker our way out of this. But we haven't seen island or forest yet. So either one would be nice, but we need to draw something. I'm not playing the WSOP at all this year, no. Mage Market was my sponsor for the past year, but they went out of business due to Corona, I think. Okay, I'm just going to trade off 1/1s. If I block the mask, they can pump. Doesn't seem great. Come on, land. I think I'm going to choose to draw first. Lola's deck doesn't seem particularly aggressive. Our deck's 4 colors, of course. This is totally a play first format, but it's because of the red-blue decks and the white-red aggro decks. If you're going to play black-green versus 4-color shrines, I don't think you need to be on the play. Another nice 2-lander to lose with on the draw. You know I'm not going to mull this. If we draw a forest, it's a great hand. That's a good first draw. Now we have Sanctum and Arcanist into Codal. We're not casting anything with Arcanist, so let's get the Sanctum ticking up. Deals 1 and gains 1, whereas the Arcanist would only be dealing 1. Easy Codal here. You want to get that out as early as possible. It's not something you sandbag. Just try and get it growing. So we can't really even capture Sphere that. I mean, we can, but they can bring it back. And they can sack it to draw a card. I think for now we got our mana. We can afford to take a hit or two. We even have the Sanctum. Let's try and dig up other Sanctums. I hate to bottom planes, but we have to do it. We're looking for any of our power cards. Thank you, Dangle. Blue Shrine would be amazing. Any of our 7-drops would be good. Okay, that's one of the 7-drops. Happy to see that. Certainly not going to be getting rid of Waker. We don't have ways to bring it back. It shuts off Fetid Imp. So they can pump that to a 3/2. So we can like block it and grasp it. Or we can use Grasp on the Ghoul or Capture on the Ghoul. I think I, again, don't really want to kill the creature that recurs. Happy to Time Walk them. Happy enough to use Grasp on Blackguard. So this forces them to pump. Looks like they might have a Ranger's Guile. Who cares? We don't care about Arcanist at all. We don't care at all if they have growth or guile or anything. Arcanist isn't like a card that matters to us. And killing Blackguard is also not particularly important. I don't care if I trade Grasp for Titanic Growth. Looks like they had a sack. Okay, land 7. Not the best, not the worst. I think the Shrine deck can be good. I think this version of it's pretty medium. This was a tough draft. Not going to capture Sphere of the Ghoul that can come back, and they sack to draw a card. Let's see if they play a fatty this turn. Hopefully they don't have removal for the Waker. It shuts off the Imp. It can dominate the board. Plus we have the Sanctum going. And we know we have a lot of good draws. We're not doing a ton right now, but we have Gloomsower. We have the 6-mana 5/5 flying. We have the blue Shrine, the green Shrine, read the whatever it's called. Alright, so which creature do we want to play first? Might as well, I guess, shut off the flyer. I know they don't have a way to get it back, but if we kill it, we just let them draw a card. It's not really doing much. It's just hitting us for 4, and we're gaining 1. Like, we don't really care. What do they have? Oh, the trick that gives Death Touch, I guess? I don't really think there's, like, a lot of ways that they can play a pump spell and take out a 7/7. I guess Titanic Growth are the thing that gives Death Touch. There's not +5/+5, right? Like, if I take it, they can't kill me, can they? Yeah, probably Titanic Growth. I guess I don't mind the trade. I mean, I'm killing Titanic Growth. They're not getting it back. They're not drawing a card. I can capture Sphere of the Fetid Imp, and I have the Gloomsower. I don't mind the 2-for-1. I mean, Waker's a good card in play, but it's not like the creature lives. It's not like they get to draw cards. It's not like they have any ways to get it back on board. No more, Lolo Man, no more. You have to draw some lands. I'm flooding. I need you to draw lands. Yuck. So, we're going to have to block the Twin Blade, I think. I mean, they did use Growth. They could have another. We'd still kill it. They could have Ranger's Guile. Either way, they're going to lose the Assassin, and we're going to lose our Gloomsower, which is kind of our last threat, but we do have plenty of decent cards to draw into. And then we have Capture Sphere for their next threat. Much rather just take it and hit back for 8. Kill them with the Sanctum plus the Gloomsower's block ability, but I don't think that's a realistic option. Just do something like that. Seems pretty straightforward. Thank you, Purry. Appreciate that subscription. Yuck. They had the truffle to get it back. We are flooding. Life is not good. So, what are we going to do? We can capture Sphere, either the Flyer or the Archer. Our back is to the wall. I'm going to go ahead and hit the Archer. No real choices. I guess I could trade with the 3-1. So block, block, take way more life than we have. Well, I didn't think this deck was good, and I still don't. I mean, most of our losses we barely played, lost to Flood and Screw, but I still don't think this deck was particularly good. So this is a draft I did off stream. I think I'm like 4-2 or something, so it should end in a second and then get to another draft. I don't know if we play out the O2 or not. I don't think there's a reason to, really. Yeah, what are you going to do? That was a rough seat, a rough draft, and the draws weren't really there. I don't know what I finished the ranking in Tahiti. Like 100-something or whatever. Okay, beat down, drop Hobble Fiend, pretty easy. We do want to have a red up for shock, so let's play a mountain. Well, I was rank 1 limited yesterday, but I jammed M21 all day. So I could bring in the Blackguard and sack both to the Hobble Fiend. While they would get to kill 2 creatures with shock instead of 1, they would take 4, and I'd have a 4/3 trample out. So it's about the same in terms of power and toughness, but a blue-red deck can probably kill a 4/3. Like, what if they have Scorching Dragonfire or something? So I'm probably better off just letting it go. Oh, the new season just started, and then you get demoted 2 levels. So from Mythic, you go to Platinum. Let's bring out a little Blackguard here. Okay, we don't have anything else to do, so I'm going to pump the Blackguard. The question is, are we going to leave up Black-Black or Black-Red? We're probably more likely to want Grasp than Shock on at this point in the game. So let's leave up Black-Black. It does telegraph it more, but... I mean, I would pump even if I didn't have a removal in hand. So it's kind of whatever. Yeah, I wish we could have played this. This deck's pretty good. It's just a bunch of black-red removal. I really like the early game removal in this format. I'm a big fan of Shock, Dragonfire, and Grasp. I'm not huge on the 5-mana removal. Like, obviously it's playable, but I don't really love the... I don't like Turn to Slag very much in this format. That's a good target for Turn to Slag. I do like this Scythe a lot. Creatures die in limited, and like if that thing gets going and starts giving +2, +2, +3, +3, it is a really powerful equipment. I like this card quite a bit. Scythe, pronunciation, Ben S is always wrong. You know the deal. Let me play a land because there's the counter unless you pay 4. And if they have that card, I don't want this to get countered. I think this equipment's pretty powerful. Sadly, we can't do anything about that for now. Yeah, it is good. Not as good when all my creatures have already died, but it is a good card. I mean, I wouldn't say any one card has super surprised me yet. I would say that the cheap removal overperforms, the expensive removal underperforms. It's a pretty aggressive format. I don't know if there's any one card, like, super over-underperforms. What is going on? So they're countering my creature. If I shock this, they won't get a copy. That seems good. Bouncing the sky, so... And they're drawing a card. It could be worse. So we kill the scanner now. They don't get a copy. They counter my card. Bounce the sky. They'll just replay it. Yeah, Goblin Wizardry is good, but I kind of expected that because that's what the blue-red deck does. And you have all the fixins. You have Opt, you have Crash Through, you have Thrill of Possibility. Clearly, blue-red prowess is a deck. So I wouldn't really say that's that surprising to me. Oh, if they can get back the Epiphany, this is gross. We are getting destroyed here. Just going to kill that before they can Epiphany it. I don't know how we win this game. Got to try and go under Epiphany. I mean, they only have 6 cards in hand to our 0. So they have 6 up. If not, so I can't play that now. Let's try an attack. Yeah, I don't know what the best deck is. I think all the colors are draftable. I've had a lot of different decks in this format. I haven't felt like, oh, you can't draft color combination X or anything like that. I mean, they keep playing things and leaving their 6 up. I am winning the race on board. I'm not saying I'm going to win the game. But for now, let's attack. Worst case scenario, I get a counter on this, and then I can play the card and move it over. I'm going to put the 2/1/1s first, so I can kill 2 things, assuming they play a spell. Not really that worried about them using Protege. I mean, they're at 13 cards left in their library. Decking might be one of the realistic ways for me to win this game. They're up a lot in card advantage. Okay, no creatures to sack, so I can play the Cur. I can't play the Gourmand. But Cur's a little better than it looks since it's now wearing the Scythe on 2. And again, they're going to have to trade with it, and it's going to take a bunch down. Okay. I'm going to put them kind of in the order I want them to die, I guess. I can't cast this until they play that. But I can pump twice and still have Dragonfire online. So I think that's the plan. 2, 3, 4, 7. Yep, so one more pump looks really good. Now I can pass. If it happens, I kill the first 4 creatures. If they play the Epiphany, we've got Dragonfire, and we'll just have to evaluate the situation. I mean, there wasn't any real choices here. We're not going to not pump. We have to work through this Epiphany. Okay, so what are they doing here with it? They're bouncing the Cur. They're copying the Singer. So we kill the Singer here, and then we get rid of the copy also. Cur just goes back to our hand. Everything else is fine. They're drawing a card, of course. Can't do anything about that. But we kill that so they don't get the copy. And that's certainly the best we could do through that Broken Rare cast for the second time this game. Okay, no real decisions. Put out our cards. I do think decking them is possible. I don't know what they have left. They have 7 cards left in their deck. 11, 12, 13. So they probably have 3 or 4 lands. For now, I think any trade with the Cur is good for us, and they can't really take it. So let's just attack with the Cur. Obviously, I'm not going to send the Devotee. Hopefully they don't have any removal. We'll take some stuff down, make tokens. If they chump, we're making tokens. If they kill the Cur, this side is growing, and we're taking a bunch of stuff down. I think we're really trying to deck them, but forcing them to either chump block, or so we can make tokens, kill off their creatures, put them in chump block mode is good. Kind of using the life total advantage as we try and deck them. Okay, so that means no reason to pump. Not yet, at least. Can we move this? Yes, because our Cur only has 1 damage on it, right? And it's a 1/2. Can you tell him no, Akinar? I'd rather not if nobody cares. If it's like we're expected to, I will, but if nobody cares, since O2 was eliminated, I'd just sooner not. So they're down to 5 cards now. What else they got in that bag? Do kind of want to get this flyer down, but if we draw 1 more land, then we can play it, sack something, and then pay 2 and make a token. I don't want to lose the Devotee. The 3/2 looks like a good attack, and then if they don't block it, I'll just sack it. If I had more mana, I can move the Scythe around here too, but I don't, so it goes. I need to pay the 2 for the Devotee to make a token here. That's more important than getting a counter on the Scythe. I do love Spaghetti. I don't love running out of mana, but I do also love using all my mana. Let's see. They're at 4 cards left in their deck. Again, any forcing trades is good for us. So, and now I have a lot of extra mana. So I'm just going to move this over to the Cur and attack with, like, Let's see, that's 3. If I send the token, that's 6. Plus we're threatening 12. And they're only at 9, though, so I don't even need to do that. This cur... I mean, we're nowhere near dying on board. So if we attack with both, they're forced to block these, at least one of them. Then we'll play the Blight Fang, and we'll pay 2 and make a token. I'm not sending the Gorman. I would if they didn't have 4 cards left in their deck. But decking them is still plan A, because they have 4 cards left in their deck. The main reason I'm attacking is because trades favor me because of the Devotee. I'd rather kill the Shaman. I mean, in reality, I'm going to pump once and then hopefully kill both. We'll see. But if I only kill one, I'd rather it be the Shaman. They can't really use Protege. And like I said, they have 4 cards left in their deck. So I'm mostly just trying to not die. Though it looks like I might just lethal them all the same. But there is Volcanic Geyser and stuff. Cool. I didn't expect to win that game. I would have given myself like a 1% or 5% or something chance to win that game at some points. They had 6 cards to our 0. They played Epiphany like 3 times. That was madness. Good start to the new season. Yeah, I mean, they had a bunch of stuff out. They just didn't really have pressure in the sense that they couldn't get through, and then Devotee did a good amount of work. No, we're not going to mold this 2-lander. I mean, we got 1 of each. We got a great 3-drop. Hopefully we'll get stuck on 3 or 4, not 2. Best card in my deck. Terror of the Peaks. Total S tier, broken rare. The ability is incredible. If they kill it immediately, they take an extra 3. If they don't, you start killing off all their creatures. This card is just ridiculous. Opponent is already diamond. Yeah, it looks like they probably have had a great record through 2 drafts or something. The season literally reset like an hour ago. I mean, presumably they were mythic and got got set back to platinum, and then they've done a few drafts while I was doing the streamer draft. So still no land 3. That's not great. Kind of want to get side down before trades, but I also kind of want to trade with the mana producer. So I'm going to attack with both. If they block, I'll pump. If they take it, I'll play the scythe post-combat. Still kind of bolting the bird here, even if it's in an inefficient way. Okay, I'd be happy to kill that with a Shore Strike, so now I'm going to attack. If they take it, I'll play Scythe. If they block, I'll Shore Strike. Gonna need to draw land 3 here sooner or later. It's like turn 6, turn 5, I don't know. Can definitely deal with this. I mean, I have 5 mana kill it, 4 mana steal it, and then sack it. A Death Toucher. Which for now I'm going to put out, because we're far enough behind that I don't mind just trading the Death Toucher for that and moving about my business. They don't have to have gone 20-0. I mean, they could have went, 22-2 or whatever. So they got back the Edge. I can't really do anything about that. If they fight off the Death Toucher, this is going to be a 4-4 or a 5-5, and the other one, the reverse. Short Strike's not going to help me. A 3-3 isn't going to help me, but I want to get the 3-3 out this turn because if I draw land, I can steal one of their creatures and then sack it to the Warmonger. I guess knowing they have that card, should I attack for the 1 point of drain? Nah, it's probably better to make them play it. It is just 1 point after all. Go ahead, Pickles. I know you want to leave. You're staring at the door. Go ahead. Okay, never mind. So hopefully they're not holding much else. I mean, our back is clearly to the wall, with being a little bit mana screwed. Well, that's just lethal. After the Rugrats, not after the food. Thanks, Soyo Penguin. Appreciate the support. Trying to get off a draft. Not really sure what's going on. Yeah, I wouldn't say M21 is a simple format. Like I said, it's very aggressive. But there's good cheap removal to combat it, a decent amount of back and forth. Okay, I don't think this rare is good. I mean, it's definitely super fancy. I mean, it can win a game, but it costs 7. Warden of the Woods is actually a pretty nice creature. That can really dominate the ground, and if they kill it, you draw 2 cards. Alpine Houndmaster is kind of ridiculous when you start with it. You just straight up get to play a 2-mana 2/2 that searches for 2 more 2-drops. That's kind of broken. Traitorous Greed is an excellent steal a creature card. Roaming Ghostlight's the best common, I think, in this pack. I think it's Alpine Houndmaster here. I mean, it's a gold card. It's not super splashable. But if you do go red-white aggro, this card is just broken. Both the things it searches for are common. It's pretty easy to grab those. The 6-drop would be totally reasonable. That card is very good, the Warden. I think that would have been my second choice. I think it's worse than the Houndmaster, but it is 1 color. I think it's a totally reasonable choice. Doggo aggro is quite good, I do agree. Even though I'm still Team Cats, even if you watch me draft dogs. Okay, nothing here I super want. I mean, we're probably not going to really be sacking in the red-white deck. We don't really want a 5-mana 5/5. Not that we're committed to red-white. And there's no good card for red-white. Spellgorger Weird's basically like a blue-red card. It can be okay in red-black, but it's not good in red-white aggro. So let's pretend we don't have the Houndmaster. What will we take out of this pack? There's the Weird, and that if we see red cards, we can waffle between red-blue and red-white. There's the Empath. We don't have anything good to search for yet. I think that the Weird is the right pick. The Chorister's fine if you're doing like life gain and stuff, but if you're a red-white aggro deck, I don't think it's a very good card. Okay, well, second Houndmaster seems like a windmill slam. Try our hardest to draft doggos now. I mean, like I said, Team Cats for life, but, I mean, if we're going to start with 2 Houndmasters. What do these search for? The Cur and the 2-mana 2/2 Vigilance dog? So I think Solidarity's pretty good, as is Charger, but Shock is probably just better. Now that we have 2 copies of this, though, anytime we see Cur or the 2-mana 2/2 dog, we need to take those quite aggressively. For now, though, we're looking to draft a really aggro deck, so Swift Response won't be at its best, though it's still fine. But I don't think Wizardry is going to be great in red-white. And we do kind of want spells if we can make the weird work, so I'm still going to take the response. There better be some curs and dogs. They're both common. And I will take them super aggressively. Because remember, if you only have one, you can search for it. But if you draw it, then you can't. And we have 2 Houndmasters. So ideally, we end up with at least 2 of each of them. So I'll take them over Shock or Dragonfire. Normally, I would take the removal over them. But once you have the ability to search them out of your deck, their value goes way up. Alright, so now it's the Charger, the Hobble Fiend, or the Idol. I like all of these. I actually think this Idol might be awesome. Both of those dogs are 2 mana, 2 Houndmasters. We're going to draft, like, 2-drop deck, right? We're practically going to draft a Loris Companion deck here. So, I think if we're going to be swarming with all cheap things, the Battalion is better. Especially this wants you to have the cost 3 or less. Gale Swooper is pretty good. There are definitely times I take it over Makeshift Battalion. But I think we're looking to draft a really low-to-the-ground 2- and 3-drop deck. I doubt the Weird is going to make this deck. I'm not even sure if we're going to end up playing Swift Response if we end up as aggro as I'm hoping to. Pickles, don't be shy. Say hi to the stream. Actually, don't say hi right now. I'm drafting doggos. Your team cats, I know. Okay, there's our first dog, Igneous Cur. Easy choice. Like I said, we're going to draft Curs and, I forget the name of it, but the 2-mana 2/2 Vigilance dogs very aggressively. They're both common. Doesn't mean we'll see a ton of them. We got to take them when we do see them with 2 Houndmasters. And it's only pack 1. Maybe we'll get more Houndmasters. Who knows? For now, let's stick to the theme. Draft the cheap stuff. I wouldn't mind the 1-mana +2/+2 at all in this deck. Like, I'm definitely going to play it. But I'm not going to take it over Battalion when we're trying to draft this little swarm deck. Don't think these cards matter. Hi, Frances. It's a reasonable pack 1. I mean, with the 2 Houndmasters, only 1 Cur. Hopefully we can get more of those cards, like I said. 9 lives I don't think is super playable. I mean, it's just a life gain card, right? Like, I understand you play this when you're low in life. It can buy you a lot of time. Like, if you're like a mill deck, maybe you play this. Like, if you're like a double Teferi's tutelage blue-white control or something like that. But in an aggro deck, this is the last thing you want. It just gains life. It gains a lot of life, but it just gains life. I mean, Detsy loves to draft crazy decks. Like, don't get me wrong. There are decks where 9 lives could be strong. Like, if you draft a double Teferi's tutelage blue-white control deck, you go to, like, 3 or whatever, then you play 9 lives, and then you just deck them with your tutelages. But if you're looking to be the aggro deck in every matchup with all these little ground attackers, you don't want that card. Alright, so not a great pack for us, but Alpine Watchdog is a card that we value really highly with double Houndmaster. We're not really even taking it over anything. I mean, we don't have any goblins. This card's really expensive. It's fine to play 1 7-mana win the game card, but it's really expensive. This is just an easy Alpine Watchdog. Wow, I kind of want this whole pack. Feet is an awesome trick. Sanctuary is going to be near busted in our Doggos deck. Battle Rattle Shaman's a great uncommon for a cheap aggro deck. Replicator is going to be pretty on, because we can search out Curs and Watchdogs, and hopefully we'll have multiple copies of all of this. We already have 2 Houndmaster and 2 Battalion. Charger's another fine 2-drop, not that it's in consideration. Wingmare's fine. I'll definitely play it if I get it. I don't know. I want this whole pack. I think I'm going to take the Animal Sanctuary, just to get value out of the land slot. I really just want that whole pack, honestly. Sorry, you can't see one card through my big old face. There you go. Now I'm small. Alright, so it's what? The Mirror or the Dub. This isn't a ramp deck. We're probably our most expensive card costs 3. I think we're actually just going to want Dub in this deck. We're going to be like all 2 and 3 drops. We just want to dub things and attack. We're not going to do anything with Sanctuary. This pack sucks for us. Yeah, I like dubbing a deck like this with a ton of 2-drops also. This whole pack sucks for us, though. We're not going to play, like, any of these. I don't know. Whatever. Defiant Strike's pretty filler, but if we do need a playable, it's probably the most playable out of that pack. I guess another Battalion. No, wait. Let's take a red-white dual land. Even though we're an aggro deck, we want to play 16 lands. We already have a colorless land. I think the dual land will help a little bit. Sure Strike's a fine trick, but I do want the dual land. Hello. We need more Curs and Watchdogs, but I'll still take all the Houndmasters I can get. I mean, they're not legendary. I mean, we're not going to be able to search with all of them, but they're 2-mana 2/2s that search. Yeah, we're just going to draft Curs and Watchdogs over every card in the set at this point, and that's a lot of Houndmasters. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's busted if we end up with, like, 3 or 4 Watchdogs and 3 or 4 Curs, but at this point we only have one of each. I mean, there's nothing I can do. They're both common. I'll take them over literally anything. I'd obviously take them over any removal. I'd take them over almost any broken rare at this point, now that we have all these Houndmasters. So, Sure Strike now over nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Wingmare looks pretty good. We're an all-cheap creature deck. I think Feet is better than Dub. I mean, the deck is looking great, except we just need Watchdogs and Curs. Really need to get at least another one of each. Hopefully we'll get more than that. Just if they're open, we should have access to them. But if they're not, then they're not. I mean, they're both common. It's an 8-person draft. Like I said, you can have all the Shocks and Scorching Dragonfires. I just want the little pups. Hey, thanks, Knowledge Sinkhole. Appreciate that subscription. Yeah, oh yeah, I would take one of those dogs over Ugin. Ugin costs 8. We're like a straight aggro deck. Ugin might be the best card in the set, but when you start with it, you can draft Green Ramp, you can draft Blue Card Drawing to help you make your land drops. I mean, an 8-mana card is just not good in this deck. Come on, pups. No pups here. This pack is horrible for me. What's going on? We don't really gain life. I mean, I can draft the Chorister. Crash through. This is disgusting. I can't even get a Cur. I mean, we have a Dub and a Sure Strike and Feet. Like, I might play this Chorister, but yeah, this is gross. Okay, so there's a Watchdog, so we can always take that. Let's just compare it to this card here. I mean, this card is clearly way better in general, but with 4 Houndmasters, I think it's a pretty easy Watchdog over Suberi. Suberi is great. I mean, no question. But we have 4 Houndmasters. I'm taking the Watchdog. Now it's Cur over nothing great. I mean, this is just an easy pick. Oh yeah, I'm taking the dogs over Baneslayer. I'm taking them over everything, because we got to be able to search for them. It's just free creatures. I'm all about the dogs now. Unfortunately, we may not see any more. Can't control that, but at least we locked up a second of each to search out. Warden looks okay. Pretty aggro deck. Nice and low curve. Come on, give me more dogs. They're common. Where are they? What's better, Battalion or Battlements in this deck? I think Battalion. This is more of an attack with a deck. I don't actually think the Battlements is great, because it doesn't help trigger the Alpine Houndmaster or anything. Where are the dogs? Why are they not here? Easy dub, though. 2, 6, 8. We have infinite 2-drops, so I'm going to go with Battalion over Hobblefiend. Deck definitely could have been more busted if we saw more Curs and Watchdogs, but we have 2 of each, so hopefully we won't draw Cur and Watchdog in our hand and we'll search them out. Life is good. It's not like we only have 1. With 2, we should get to search at least the first time almost every game. Falter's fine. I would rather generally have pump spells and stuff. Maybe we'll play it. We don't really gain life. I don't think we're going to play any of these. Playing to 16 lands. I know you could get away with 15, but we have this Animal Sanctuary. So this is 21, so we need 3 more playables. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have stuff in here I can put in if I need to. I agree. Victorious Orc. If your top end is 3 with the hand smoother, I think you can definitely get away with 15. I'm going to play 16 because of the colorless land, and because these give you more things to cast, so I'm going to be able to spend my mana. But let's pretend Houndmaster was just like a 2-mana 3-1 or whatever, didn't search for cards. Like, Houndmaster basically draws cards, but let's pretend it didn't, and I didn't have Sanctuary. I'd play like 14 or 15. I wouldn't play 16. I'm going to play 16 because I'm going to have Houndmasters searching out Curs and Watchdogs. I'm going to be able to spend my mana. Plus, I've got the Animal Sanctuary as the 16th land. So we do need to stick in, 2 more cards now? 2, 22, yeah. And we're going to play 16. We're definitely not going to play 17. Like I said, I have playables. I mean, we can stick in a Valor Steed, or we can stick in a Legion's Judgment. But we're definitely not going above 16 land. So that's going to be the lands, 8/8, and the Animal Sanctuary. So what do we want our last 2 cards to be? We don't have a lot of spells, so we're not going to play the weird. Chorister looks okay. Pump it with feet. Shore Strike. We don't actually have that many ways to pump it. 2 dubs could go on it. Yeah, the wall could be okay. We actually have a lot of 3-drop creatures, though. I think Battalion is better than the wall in the stack, and we have 7 3-drops here. Yeah, I think Chorister's probably the card. And we want to be able to attack. I think we'll just play, like, Strike and Chorister. I don't want to put in expensive cards, I don't think. Yeah, 5 Battalions is whatever. I mean, it doesn't really get better or worse in multiples. Like, Battalion's a good card in this deck. All of our cards are cheap. I would play the Tapper if I had more flyers, but I only have the 2 3-mana 2-1s. That's it. Battalion's better if you're, like, going wide, making a lot of tokens, but, I mean, with the Houndmaster, you need the other creatures to be attacking for it to get pumped. I just don't think the Battalion's really doing as good in this deck. I'd rather just be turning the Houndmaster, the Battalion, and everything else. I don't think we're really going to flood. We spend our mana pretty well. Alright, I don't want to have to discard, so I'm not going to search for one of each. We'll just search for one. Guess it doesn't matter. We know we can search more later. Yeah, Idol seems really good in this deck. I agree, Detsy. Alright, let's see. So we can shock and play Watchdog now. That almost seems scripted. I mean, we got our work cut out for us. We have to race a turn 2 4/4 on the play. But they says Vigilance, we got Shore Strike. And if we have to double block and make bad trades or triple block, then we have Idol to get it all back. So we can play that game too. Looks like they don't want to race. Works for me. In that case, just get a Houndmaster. Now we can search out one of each and then play the other Watchdog. Chill for a turn. They've got their mana up. I'm not interested in attacking and playing Shore Strike this turn. I'll just add to the board. Get ready to get my beat down on. Okay, now they're tapped. So what do we do? If I attack with everything, they can block the 2/2/2s. These get +3, so they can take like 10. I can Shore Strike out the 4/4. The 3/3 will eat one of them. It's not great, not horrible. Probably worth it. I don't have a second red. I can't really cast Curs. Seems fine to me. Oh, I could send 2 Houndmasters and 1 Watchdog. Yeah, we can just throw away a Watchdog. I mean, we have the idol to get it all back, and they're taking infinite here. I'm going to kill the Pteranodon because the Mauler's not growing since it's my turn. Pteranodon's just bigger. So we 2-for-1 ourselves, but we killed a bigger creature than we lost, and we dealt them 10, 12, whatever. 10. So let's see. This turn we can play Feet and Cur. Although, I guess, let's see. These will take out... These are going to have 4 power, so they can take out either. If they put the Sage on the Watchdog, I can't really Feet there. I could send both Houndmasters as 3 power. And then if the Gnarled Sage blocks one, I can feed it. And if the Mauler blocks one, it's just a trade. So that looks right. So what we can do here is send these 2. And now they both have 3 power. And now if the Mauler blocks one, it's a trade. If the Sage blocks one, I can feed it. So that was good. That was the right play. Let's make sure we're going to leave a red up. Cast our Cur. Life is good. Another positive turn with the Doggo attack. We don't need protection to get through for lethal if we just keep overrunning them. Better to kill a 5-drop, deal some damage, and advance our board. We don't have to go for it all in one turn, Faders. Why not Houndmaster? What did I do? What are you suggesting? It's red-white. Oh, I had mana for that. Yeah, maybe I should have Houndmastered. You're right. I apologize. That was a small mistake. You're right. Houndmaster would have been better than Cur. Although Cur pumps, but Houndmaster pumps itself, and I'm looking at an alpha. Yeah, the Houndmaster would have been better. You're right. First punt of the new season. Doggo aggro. Alright. Enough people have hit punt. It only takes 3. I've agreed. It's a punt. It's confirmed. We don't all have to jam the punt button. Let's not break the P on our keyboards. I did not end at number 1, though I sort of did. Like, I was number 1 at the start of yesterday after not playing on the weekend to see if anybody would take it from me. And then I just jammed Premier Best of 1 all day yesterday. And my record wasn't bad, but the records are so good up towards the top. You can't just play like 20, whatever, a bunch of drafts, like 10 to 20 drafts and hold number 1. Like, I mean, it's possible, but my record wasn't even bad. I just kept going like 5-3 and 6-3 and 7-2 and 5-3, and it causes you to lose a bunch of ranking. Okay, so let's see. Is there any reason to do anything pre-combat? I don't think so. We've got the Animal Sanctuary. We've got mana for the Cur. Yeah, I mean, whatever. If people are roping, they're roping. That's on them. Like, really, I don't concern myself with things outside of my control, like what my opponents do. Like, they can spam buttons, it's the same to me as if they don't. They can rope, it's the same to me as if they don't. Whenever your opponent's doing stuff like that, just take the opportunity to think about the game. If the game is effectively over, take the opportunity to think about what you're going to eat for dinner. Never really concern yourself with what your opponents are saying and doing to you, and strategy games. Hey, 26 lands. What's up, Italy? Dinner's effectively over. Dessert. Nah, showing the aggression back is for fake tough guys. The real alpha, the real tough guy, is their aggression is so far beneath you that you can't even care about it. It's just a really aggro format, Detsy. Obviously, if you have a lot of cheap removal, you might draw. Like, there is Shock, Scorching Dragonfire, and Grasp. But as a whole, like, you know, decks are racing a lot. It's a very aggro format. Blocking is tough. I thought your 4 points on the format were pretty good. For anybody who missed Detsy's tweet, he tweeted 4 points on the format, and point 3 was go first, and point 4 was don't go second. I mean, I love to draw as much as anybody. Like, if I have, like, a control-ish deck and I have 3 Shocks, 2 Dragonfires, I might draw. But as a whole, creatures are attacking past each other a lot. There's a lot of racing in this format, and blocking is tough. I don't know, Vernator. Yeah, 4 Houndmasters is pretty sick. Although I already drew 1 Cur. Hopefully I won't draw any more. Alright, I'm going to Shock, just assuming I can spend my mana pretty much for the rest of the game. Plus it gets a card out of my hand. Ugh! Now I can't search for it. Anything but Cur. I would have searched for Cur and Watchdog. Now we'll search for just Watchdog. So unlucky. So I don't mind this trade. If I attack and they have like an opt, though, then they just eat my creature. I would rather them kill the Houndmaster than the Battalion, but it seems worth the risk to me to just let them kill the Battalion. And I can't attack and have them cast opt and just eat my creature. Alright, no real decisions here. I'm going to go ahead and put out this. Search out the other Watchdog, play it, pass the turn. I don't really want to attack into the opt. I don't really want to trade the Battalion for either of the things in play necessarily. If they want to sack the red, they can, but for the most part, I'm just going to alpha next turn, probably. The Battalion will get its counters. The Houndmasters will be giant. If they keep leaving their mana up and not doing anything, maybe I'll just dump out all my stuff before I alpha, but we'll see. So now... Oh, perfect. So the only thing I was afraid... Oh, well, no, it's not perfect, because I can't dub the Watchdog, because they'll just kill it. But now I can attack with the Houndmasters and the Battalion, and then even if they have, like, a 1-mana spell, none of my creatures get 8 for free, and I've got plenty more stuff to put out. So we can get our counters. I'm not going to send the 2/2 Watchdog, because I assume they might have a 1-mana card. If we trade off a bunch of creatures, that's great for me. I can just dump out more. So, I mean, this isn't, like, a concern. Yeah, Rookie Mistake seems pretty good. It's an aggro format. It's a really cheap trick that can blow people out. I actually think that card's probably pretty good in this format. Thank you, A. Carter. Appreciate the 4 months of subscription. Thank you to everybody who does support my stream. Okay, I'm not going to cast Dub into all their open mana, so let's just attack. And then we can pump once and play Cur. Doesn't really seem like too hard or any choices. Hopefully they don't have some kind of Pyroclasm. I don't even know if that exists. They're certainly dead to the Swarm if they don't play a sweeper. Like, 5 mana, 3/2 flyer, bounce something isn't going to catch them up. They're going to have to play a sweeper or they're not going to win this game. So, yeah, again, no real reason to play Dub. If they don't have anything, they're going to take Infinite from the Cur. If they do have something, then there's no reason for me to 2-for-1 myself. So let's just go pump, 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 see if they have anything. Looks like not. Thank you, Eric Fountain. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 3 months of support. So, while we don't have lethal here on board, they're now forced to chump block the first striker. Like I said, they're never recovering from this unless they play a sweeper of some kind. And that's a good card, but unless they play a land and have double shock, they're dead on board. Yeah, Discontinuity is not that good. Time Walk for 6 is just not that strong a card. I mean, you could, like, play it on your turn in the right circumstances, or you can play it, like, in... It's better than Time Walk, because they can cast a spell, and then you play it, and it's, like, it counters that spell and end the turn. But then they already drew a card. So, I mean, like... It's like a counter spell that can deny them, like, the rest of the turn, like, combat or something. I mean, like... It's a fine card, but I don't think I can't say the name, but I don't think the card is that good. Hopefully we won't draw Watchdog turn 2. This game we have turn 2 Houndmaster searching for Watchdog and Cur on the play. Life is good. You always want to get this first so you don't risk drawing those. Get the cards out of your deck. You're way less likely to draw them. I feel like I just played Ranger Reviews. Like, that was totally busted. My 2-drop is a fine 2-mana 2/2. Like, if it didn't search out the cards, you know, it can pump itself a little when it attacks. And it just put 2 more creatures in my hand. Like, how is that fair? Okay, pretty easy turn. If they want to trade, they can. It's not like I need to grow this. The Ogre would still be able to trade with it. And then we'll just double spell, of course. I'm going to put down the 2 Watchdogs, I think. I don't expect to be pumping the Cur next turn. If I play the Cur and the Watchdog, I still have 5 mana to spend on the following turn in my hand. Of course, they might play something that blanks these, and we might have to take a turn off. But we've got some ways to get them through. And if they don't have anything, seems fine. So, there's what? Scorching Dragonfire, which they never really had an opportunity to use, or Shock, which they never really had an opportunity to use. The trade is good, but it's really, I mean, just forcing in like 2 damage. I think I'm just going to take the turn off, not take any risks, get ready for an alpha next turn. Okay, so where are we at now? We can't send the 2/2s unless we draw something. That's not something. Battalion as a 4/3, eh. So if I send everything, if they want to eat a Watchdog with Cur, I successfully grow the Battalion to a 4/3, and they take a ton from Igneous Cur. I mean, if they want to eat a Watchdog with Archer, then they can put Immolator on Igneous Cur, and then I grow this to a 4/3, and they take like 6. Or if they take the Igneous Cur, I grow it infinite. Or I could just send the Cur and the Battalion, right? There's no real reason to send the Watchdogs. So I think that's right, because trades help clear the way for my 2/2s. So I think what we do here is just send the 2 that can attack. If they trade the Archer for either of these, I'm happy. The Immolator for either of these, I'm happy. We're not getting in damage, but we're clearing the way for these Watchdogs. So, of course, 1 pump. Second wouldn't do anything. And then we'll just play another Battalion, getting ready to swarm again, if we can. My cat is like going crazy. Okay, again, Battalion clears the way. I'm not going to send a Watchdog just to get counters on Battalion. If they trade the Archer for it, I'm happy. Prepare again for the Swarm next turn, just clearing the way. Hopefully they don't have a third Archer to ping the Wingmare now that we got 2 out of their hand. Sorry, Kitty. I'm Team Cats for life, but I had to draft dogs this time. I got all these Houndmasters. It wasn't a choice. You know I'm Team Cats for life, Pickles. I have 4 cats and no dogs. I think I've made my position clear. So if they want to burn me to give this double strike, that's not really any different than them burning my creature. I mean, I take an extra 2 or something if they shock me. So we can just attack with everything, I think. No fear. It would only be bad if there was a card that did like 2 to me and 2 to my creature or something like that. Don't know if they've got a removal. They probably do, but I have nothing to spend the mana on anyway. So might as well try and deal them the damage. Kind of a free roll. I don't expect it to work, but you never know. Similar situation to last turn. Like I said, unless it burnt me and my creature, it wouldn't really matter, aside from me taking a couple extra points of damage, which I don't really care about. So we definitely attack with everything, and then they can do whatever they want. Extra pumps don't do anything. Creature doesn't have trample. No choices. Except maybe stop drawing lands. If we're going to draw a land, could we at least draw that colorless land that would pump our doggos? Other than that, the Houndmaster would still be good. We still have a Cur to search out. Okay, that's a reasonably good draw. If they go to 1, we can shock them and kill them. Is there any instant like life gain, like removal? Like if they go to 1, do I just shock them here? Or is there something they can play in response that like kills a creature and gains life? I know the commons don't. Grasp and the 5 mana destroy 1. Yeah, I mean revitalize, but I'm out of Curs? I am out of Curs, you're right. I mean, remember, it's look, can you flood with a deck like this? Sure, but we can also sink our mana into Curs. One of our lands we can pump with every turn, so that's a good mana sink. Idle's a good mana sink. It's 16 lands. Like, yeah, we could flood, but it's not. You're not that likely to draw 8 lands just because you searched a couple cards out of your deck. Shrinking your deck by 2 doesn't like change the odds that you draw a land or a spell that much. And we do have to curve out. We are an aggro deck. The plan is to try and overrun everybody. If we're flooding, maybe we steal it like that one, or maybe we'll draw the Ox land thing, the colorless land thing that pumps all your dogs and cats and oxes and all that. Because I had the Wingmare out, so it adds 1 to both players' spells, not just the opponent's. Which is obviously great in my all 2-drop aggro deck with very little spells. You know, if I add 1 to my Shock or my Feat of Resistance or my Dub, so be it. But Wingmare does hit both players. Okay, again, hopefully we won't draw Alpine Watchdog this turn, and then we can search out Dog and Cur with Houndmaster on turn 2. Instead of having 5 cards in hand after you play 1 on the play, we're going to have 7 because Ranger of Eos. This card just seems so sick and limited. I cannot believe I got 4 of these. Why nobody was taking them, I have no idea. So there is that Swift card that kills a tapped creature. I mean, they're probably going to block if I attack, so I don't see a reason to bluff. If there was nothing that punished me, I would. But given there is that card, I don't think it's worth it. Wingmare's not very good. It's fine. If you have, like, no expensive spells, it can annoy some opponents a little bit. It's more of a constructed card than a limited card. Like, it's playable in a deck like this, but I don't think it's great. And unless they have a sweeper, this game's pretty much over. Now, we're going to hit them for 6 and drop 2 more creatures. And next turn, we're going to attack with 4 creatures. And these are going to be 5 power, and this is going to be 5 power, and this is going to be a 4/3. I feel like I'm playing standard versus draft decks with this deck sometimes. Paw Blade. Now that's a good pun. Well done, Sweet Name. See, that's a clever pun, because I talked about the deck being broken, and it's paw, as opposed to claw, because it's a doggo deck. See, I always say I like good puns, and then I hate on 90% of puns, and then people go, when do you actually like a good pun? Paw Blade, very nicely done. I like that. I didn't know somebody else had already came up with it, but whoever came up with Paw Blade, that's well done. Alright, we'd rather put out 2 more creatures and pump for damage now, so the Houndmaster can trade with those 2, the Battalion can trade with that, and then I'll just put out Curs and Battalions, since those can't really be blanked. And like I said, if they don't have a sweeper, they're just overrun. This is literally Paw Blade. Pretty sure they're dead on board. They have 1 blocker, and we can just pump whatever Curs getting through. Just the turn 6 kill, where my opponent went 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, right? I mean, the Furious didn't interact, but they used all their mana every turn from turn 2. Yeah, their 3-drop didn't do anything. But, I mean, it's a good card. It just so happens that my deck is so aggressive that they weren't able to use it. I mean, they hit a 2-drop off it. They just didn't have the opportunity to play it. Another beautiful hand. None of the 4 dogs in it. Hopefully we don't draw them. We can search them out. Of course, if we do draw 1, we still have 1 of each to search for here on turn 2. I did the streamer draft and then this one. I'm definitely doing at least 1 more draft after this, especially with how fast this one's going, because this deck is super aggro. So they could have removal, so we don't really want to just slap Dub down this turn. Unfortunately, that means we're going to use 2 mana this turn instead of 3, but that's kind of okay. So let's go to combat here. And I don't really think I'm going to be sinking mana. Well, let's see. Is that worth feeding? Yeah, it's a pretty good creature. We'll get the counter on this early. I think that's fine. Deal them a bunch of damage here. I'll cycle Defiant Strike if I get the opportunity, if I get a good opportunity. So this looks great. If I dub the Chorister, then I can attack with both. They should smell the Defiant Strike, but if they block the Chorister, I own them. If they block the Houndmaster, I trade with their 5/4 rare. So life's pretty good either way now. I don't have to even use the +1/+0 on the Houndmaster here. Well, looks like they did not smell the Defiant Strike. They should have. Pretty blatantly telegraphed. Although I guess if they were prepared to concede to it. It had first strike because of dub. Sadly, we don't have one of our 4 searchers. This is the first, like, normal-looking limited hand yet. Yeah, 3 mana, 5/4, way too slow. Come on, let's be reasonable. No reason to enter combat. They could play a trick. I'm not going to just have them block and play one of mine. Alright, now they're tapped, so now we do have decisions to make. Trading with the mana creature's good. Although, we could have 3 attackers next turn. That's probably better. If I just play Battalion and pass, next turn I get to have 2 4/3s, and then maybe they can keep attacking. So I'm going to take this turn off. And it's not like if they play a big creature that stops me. I mean, I have Shore Strike and Dub. So if they don't have removal, we're going to get to swarm them pretty good. And while Kodo's great, it's not removal. They have 2 mana up, so they can play like Titanic Growth. I could play the Wingmere first, but then I can't play Shore Strike. I really couldn't care less if they try and eat this Watchdog. Like, if they block in Growth, I'll just let the Watchdog die. If they block one of the Battalions in Growth, Shore Strike will be big enough for me to totally blow them out and own them. So for now, let's just attack. I'm happy if they want to play Growth in combat. Because if it's on a blocker on Battalion, I get to own them with Shore Strike. And if it's on a blocker on Watchdog, then cool. I wasn't even thinking about going for Shore Strike there. That's a good trade for me. And that's the 2/2. So if I Shore Strike and they play Growth, then they're 6/6 and I'm a 5 power First Striker. Titanic Growth costs 2. So the Wingmere would have shut it off. Giant Growth is in Standard. But I just didn't even want to shut it off, because if the Titanic Growth, whatever blocks the Watchdog, okay, I lose the Watchdog, I couldn't care less. If the Titanic Growth, whatever blocks the Battalion, I get to Shore Strike and then blow them out. Okay, so we have Shore Strike online or Dub. I can't really attack with the Wingmere unless I Dub it, or I'm going to Shore Strike it, because they're going to block with Sky Scanner. If I attack with the 2 Battalions and the Wingmere, they become 5/4s. The Kotal gets to trade with 1. I don't really mind trading the Kotal for a Battalion. In order to attack with the Wingmere, I have to Dub it. So I'm going to Dub it first, and then just send all 3. Now they can trade their growing Kotal for a Battalion, take 9, chump block, whatever. Life is good. The deck's record is XO. I think it's 4-0. It might be 5-0. We've barely even played close games. I feel like I'm playing Constructed Pawblade against draft decks. This is like the first normalish game. I was on the draw, and I didn't draw one of my 4 Alpine Houndmasters. And we're still doing quite well. Idol of Endurance is like a good backup plan, I think. Like, if you attack with everything and trade and force in trades and then play that, you win the game, right? I just get to play all my cards again a second time. I think Idol's pretty good. I'm not saying it's like a windmill slam in a deck like this, but I think, like, you know, it brings back a lot of creatures. There's nothing wrong with having a little plan B. Alright, so no reason to do anything pre-combat. There's no way these blocks can work out bad for me. They can't take any of them, so because they're already at 3, so we're not going to lethal them with Shore Strike. But we'll just save our battalion that's going to die. Well, Death Before Dishonor. They're at 3, and they just let a 6-power creature through. But as you can see, had they blocked this with one of, like, the Arcanist, I would Shore Strike the 6/5 here. and then eat the Codal, I'd still have all 3 creatures. They'd lose all 3 creatures. So, I mean, this was game over. They didn't, like, they punted, but they didn't punt. I would have just cast Shore Strike. They'd lose all 3, and I'd lose nothing. Before we possibly 7-0 with this, I'm going to get a quick snip. I want to proudly tweet my Cawblade deck if we do win the next game. Why is there a giant shield bait? Get out of there. Nobody wants you. Save as Pawblade. You see, that's not good, Morty the Black. Because the recursion, we're not really recurring things. We have the one idol. That's just not a good pun. Those are the kind of puns you save for LSV stream. Pawblade, because Cawblade used the Hawk to search out others and was broken, and Pawblade we search out dogs and it's broken. Pawblade is a good pun. Recur in parentheses, Jean, come on. You're better than that. That's an LSV stream pun. One more beautiful hand, please. Looks good to me. We're on the draw. I mean, of course, being on the play is huge, but we can always shock most 2-drops and then drop Houndmaster. I almost wanted them to play something I could shock. Oh, well, now I'll just play this Watchdog first. So if I would have searched out 2 things on the draw, I'd have to discard one. The one that replaces this still leaves me with 7. So this isn't actually curving quite the way I'd want. If I had a mountain, I could shock and play Houndmaster, and it would be beautiful. I'm not sure what to do exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong, my options are good. But I want to shock that before it grows. But I don't want to only use 1 mana instead of 3. I mean, I could drop Battalion. Then next turn I can use all my mana, Houndmaster, and another Watchdog, if nothing else. I think it's right to just shock that, though, before it grows. Even though this isn't efficient and I'm an aggro deck and I hate it, I don't want to let that grow, and I don't want shock to not give me value. So I think it's just the right play. Yeah, Swift Response is obviously pretty bad in this deck, but I mean, I included 1 copy. If they have a big creature out and they stabilize, then they can attack with it, and then I can Swift Response it. Or if they tap something for mana or something like that. I mean, it's obviously not great in this deck. It's also not unplayable or something. Oh, yeah, I could have attacked first, because if they blocked, I'd be happy. I could just drop Battalion. You're right. You can't count that as a pump. But I should have sent the Watchdog. They would almost certainly have not blocked, because theirs grows and mine doesn't. But if they trade, I get to use all my mana and drop Battalion. You're 100% right. I should have attacked first. Alright, now we'll just play 2 more creatures. You're right, chat. They're like 90% plus to not block, right? Like, their creature grows, mine doesn't. But the right play is attack with the dog. If they trade, drop Battalion. If they don't trade, then shock the weird. You're definitely correct. I am not arguing. Alright, so are there any sweepers? What can Black-Red do? Massacre Worm. So the Battalion's going to grow. So I think we want to put Dub on something. Yeah, Pestilent Haze and Massacre Worm are the cards that are relevant. So let's put Dub on, like... Do we put it on the Cur or the Watchdog? Oh, well, they get a copy. So if they have -2/-2, it's going to be -4/-4. 6, 10, 14. Wait a minute. We're 1 point short of killing them? Four, 6, 8, 9, 11, 13, yeah. No, we're 1 point short or 1 mana short. I don't have lethal. Or 2 points short or 1 mana short. Pump Pump is 5, 8, 10, 12, 13. Alright, well, they're dead to the Swarm next turn if they don't sweep my board. So I'm going to play around Massacre Worm. I'm not going to add another battalion. There's no reason to do that. They have to play a sweeper or they lose. It's possible I should have put Dub on battalion because that would have played around Pestilent Haze. So that might have been a punt. Because that Massacre Worm's like a mythic. Yeah, Dub on battalion to play around Pestilent Haze. Cause the only thing is, if they Pestilent Haze, it's an empty board, and I get to lay a creature or two to start. Whereas if they Massacre Worm, then I lose. Whereas now I beat Massacre Worm because I have 2 creatures. So, like, the reason my instinct is to play around the Worm is because that's the worst one for me. But the Haze is the one they're more likely to have because it's uncommon instead of mythic. But remember, the Massacre Worm would actually beat me. Whereas the Haze, I would just get to be on the play, and they would wipe my board with them at 2. Some Benes paid emotes? I've got a bunch of emotes. What's a Benes paid emote? I don't even know what that means. I'm not opposed. I like Benes getting paid. I never cast Idol, but I still think Idol was good. This deck was so aggressive, I'm not sure about the Swift Justice, but the Idol is a great backup plan. Like, imagine they did have the Sweeper there. If I draw the Idol, that's one of my ways to just pretty easily win, right? To beat the cards that actually beat me. Or if my opponent has a really good draw involving a bunch of shocks and grasps and can stabilize, the Idol would have been a way to win. Yeah, so, I mean, the thinking there is that if they Worm, I have them dead on board the way I played it, whereas if I play it the other way and they Worm, they actually might win. But, you know, I probably should have played around Pestilent Haze and not Worm, because ultimately, Pestilent Haze is uncommon and Worm is mythic. So I think my play was wrong. Alright, let's see. No Houndmaster to start with Pawblade again. Experimental Overload is really good in blue-red. I mean, you could splash it into, like, blue-black or something. It is a good gold card, so I don't love starting with it, but it is a really powerful card in a good archetype. Carrying Grub is really good in blue-black Reanimator, but it kind of might as well be a gold card anyway, because you're not going to play this really in, like, a lot of black decks. If you're not playing big things and trying to reanimate. I mean, I would take, like, for one-color removal spells that are a little worse over Overlord, but I don't think there's anything in this pack I want to take. Like, I don't think Freebooter's that good. I think Overload is just a lot better than the next best card here for me. Blue-red is really good. So, speaking of, we're certainly not forcing blue-red, but there's not really any great cards in this pack. Ghostlight is nice. Wizardry is nice. I mean, if your deck ends up medium, Ghostlight is better. But if your deck ends up all spells and incredible, then Wizardry is better. And we started with Overload, so we do want to prioritize spells. So let's try and go all out. Well, there is a Houndmaster. It's not too late. We could try and draft Pawblade again. I mean, Conspicuous Snoop isn't good. So for blue-red spells, there's Thrill of Possibility, which is a good card. It's not exciting, but it's a good card. Otherwise, we would just take Houndmaster, I think. I'm certainly not forcing dogs, but I do think Thrill is just a replacement level card, and Houndmaster is, like, near busted. So I'll take the Houndmaster and see what's in the next pack. Okay, so there's Kinetic Augur, which is pretty good in blue-red. I think this card is actually worse than it looks, but it's still good. It prevents Flood, and it's just like a big trampler, cycle lands. Or there's Curve, if we are going the Pawblade direction again. I mean, I think Augur is good enough to take over Kerr. This time we do have to waffle. It's not like we got past another Houndmaster here. I mean, I do want to draft the Kerrs aggressively, but I have one Houndmaster. I'm not expecting to get 4 again. And blue-red is still our more likely option, I would say, with what we have. Nah, Magma wasn't an option. It's fine, but there would be no reason to take it. Yeah, now we have to decide again between Burn Bright and Feet. I don't like Burn Bright and Red-White or anything like that. Your creatures will just die. You'd rather have tricks like Feet. But it's good in the... It's really good with Wizardry and Overload and the blue-red deck, which sees a lot of cards. But this late of a Feet is a signal, because Feet is a good card. I mean, potentially. It's not like a clear signal, but it tells us White might be open. And we're not going to miss Burn Bright. It's kind of filler. So we'll just keep waffling and toggling the line. Although I kind of think we're more likely to end up blue-red. And that's a late weird. Battle Rage Shaman's excellent in red-white, but that's a late weird. And we have good red-blue stuff going. Obsessive Stitcher is really good in blue-black Reanimator. I'm guessing people just don't realize that, like, that's an archetype or something, because this is not a card that you should see 6 pack 1. But here I'm going to take the weird. No, I'm not high on Wingmare. It's fine. It's playable. But I don't think it's anything special. Yeah, we've pretty much seen everything but green so far in this draft. So, Frost Breath is actually pretty good in blue-red spells. Kind of an aggro deck, but you fall a little behind when you Wizardry and then you turn the corner and kill them. Pyroling can be good. We don't have anything it works with yet. I mean, it works with Magmuts, but that's not a big priority for blue-red, so I think we just take Frost Breath. I think we clearly have access here to red, white, and, like, a red-blue deck. It does seem like we're not seeing a ton of, like some types of blue, but, I mean, the red-blue spells deck is just here with what we have. Another solid card for the red-blue spells deck. Pyroling isn't so bad because a 2-mana 1/3 is not horrible. And then if you ever trigger it, it can be really good. Like, you know, Double Strike can eat a creature. So, like, sometimes you, like, shock them and then eat a creature. Other times you, like, Shore Strike it and shock them or something and kill them because that's, you know, 12 damage. And if you just ping them with Magma and you trigger it, that's a lot of damage. Again, Pyroling is kind of underwhelming, but it's a reasonable card. You'll take all the Crash Throughs you can get in this deck. Arcanist also fine in this deck. It casts your 4-mana card on turn 3. I don't like Secure the Scene. I mean, you can play it if you really need to, but this is kind of an aggro format. It's not really about killing the big thing. I take on color duels, but what I took over it is a card I like. I forget, but Crash Through or whatever it was that came late there, like, that's actually a pretty good card for blue-red spells. On color duels are not a big priority in a 2-color deck. They're just fine. Yeah, Arcanist, which was a good card for this deck, were blue-red spells. Casts, like, Wizardry on turn 3. Okay, so this pick is clearly just between the first 2 cards in the pack. Mistral Singer's fine in this deck, but it's not on the level of Pilfer or Soulseer. They're both excellent. I mean, this deck's pretty good at killing blockers, tapping things, attacking, and triggering this. Soulseer, of course, being a spell, though, that means we might draft the ways to recur it, and we might get to play it off Arcanist. Let's see how we are in removal so far. We actually don't really have removal. How are we on 2-drops? Just 1. So we could kind of use 2-drops and removal. Thank you, Lasto Wiki. Appreciate the subscription. I think this is close. I'm going to take the Pilfer, partly because it's harder to get stuff like good 2-drops like that than it is removal, and partly because it's rare and I want to play with it more, but I think it's a close pick. I think you could definitely take Soulseer there. I could see that pick going either way. I don't think any of these are going to make our deck except Burn Bright. I wish I had the other one of Pilfer and Soulseer here. So I'm going to take the Burn Bright in case we get more Wizardries, but that's an embarrassingly bad second pick that I'm really unhappy with. Here I'm going to take Weird. Weird is better than Turn to Slag in these decks. The 5-mana removal is fine, not great. We're like an all-spells deck. Weird is pretty good. I like the Enthralling Hold just fine. People have to attack us, or we have an overwhelming late game, and then we can hold whatever they attack with. Oh, definitely Weird over Singer. Like, all day in this deck. This gets +1/+1 until end of turn, and this gets +1/+1 permanently. I mean, Singer is fine, but I'm all about Weird over Singer in these decks. The Soulseer Pilfer pick, I have no confidence in. I don't know which is better in this deck. It could easily be the Soulseer, but definitely Weird over Singer. That I have a high confidence in. We have, like, a low creature count, a bunch of spells, recursion, cantrips. Like, we're going to be doing the blue-red spells thing all the way. So with Pyroling, do we have anything to trigger that yet? No Magmuts. Battle Rage Shaman's not really at its best in a deck like this, though. It's good with all those, like, Alpine Watchdogs and a red-white and stuff. I think we just grab Ghostlight here. We've kept our curve down pretty well. I actually like roaming Ghostlight, but I don't like having a lot of them. It's the kind of card where, like, if you fall behind, it doesn't really catch you up in this format. But if you're ahead, it can seal the game and be a pretty strong card. I don't think the Hobble Fiend is good. I'll play it if I don't get more 2-drops. Right now, we're on 2. Like, if I don't get, like, another 2-2-drops or something, I'll play it. But I don't think it's going to be good in this deck. I really want more Wizardries and Arcanists. With these, Burn Bright is really good with Wizardry. And we have the hold to get them back. The overload, I mean. So, like, if we can get more Wizardries, I'll be really happy. I don't really think any of these cards are going to make my deck. But if we do need a filler 2-drop, I guess it's probably the Glide Master. I think Short Sword is good in this format in general, but again, not in a creature-light blue-red deck. Maybe we'll play one Rookie Mistake. Wouldn't be the worst mistake I've ever made. Kind of the same with Read the Tides. It's good with Arcanist. It's a fine one-of in decks like this. You don't really want a lot. Easy Crash Through. Pack 2 went pretty bad for us. Pack 1 went pretty well, but Pack 2 went pretty bad. So hopefully we'll have a good Pack 3. Turn to Slag and Thrill. 1/5, 1/5, 1/6. I'm taking the cheap card. Just got to keep those spells down. I would definitely play Turn to Slag. Like, it's going to make my main if I draft it. But I think Turn to Slag is not great in this format. I think it's just fine. Yeah, we could use the removal, but Hold and get Ghostlight and Read the Tides are all pretty playable cards, and that's already 3 cards that cost 5 or more. So again, if I pick up a Slag, cool, it'll make my deck, but it's not a priority. Yeah, well said, Acnox23. I do miss cycling, but I don't miss Zenith Flare. I just miss being able to actually cycle cards. I really wish WotC would consider making cycling evergreen. We don't need crazy cycling decks with crazy cycling payoffs. We just need cards that have cycling. Like Frostveil Ambush would be a sweet card for this deck. Alright, let's see. This pack looks horrible for me. This could be a build around, but not for this deck. Pyroling might be okay if we get ways to trigger, which we still have none of. Traitorous Greed is good if you have ways to sack things in red-black, but we're not doing that. We're doing red-blue. There's basically nothing I want, so I'm going to take the Pyroling in case we get ways to trigger it. I mean, Magma triggers at every turn and is common. Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. As of right now, it's really bad. Wow, this is a bad start to this pack. I mean, Ghostlight is fine. That's why I didn't take the turn to Slag. We want to keep the curve down. You know, the Martin Muser rule. Take cheap cards over expensive ones, because you can never end up with too many cheap cards, but if you end up with too many expensive ones, your deck is bad. And as you can see, it's really coming in, because we're not seeing cheap cards. We're basically having one choice per pack. Now we're going to take turn to Slag. We don't really have a choice. So now it's Mistral, Singer, or Turn to Slag. The curve's starting to get kind of high, so definitely Singer. Yeah, this pack has gone very poorly. Besides good uncommons and rares, I would be happy with copies of Weird, of Shock, of Scorching Dragonfire, of Arcanist. And Wizardry I really want. I'm not necessarily going to be able to play these Burn Brights. Maybe I'll end up playing one. So really hoping to get another Wizardry or two. I mean, this deck is medium. It's not horrible, but these packs have not gone well since pack 1. So again, there's nothing exciting. I mean, Rousing Read is good on, like, Pilfer and, like, Weird. It can deal a lot of damage pretty quickly. I think I just want to turn to Slag. I mean, we can play 17 lands. 6, 5, 5, 5. It's a little more than I would like. I mean, Arcanist helps. Thrill helps. Pretty disappointed with how this pack has gone. I mean, we're getting playables every pick. I just wanted cheaper, better cards. Now we have a second Powerling with no ways to turn them on. It was the only red or blue card in the whole pack. Clearly, like, all of these cards, Augur, Weird, and Frost Breath, are, like, better than almost all the cards we've taken in this whole pack. And now they're all here late. Just kind of an unlucky run of packs, I think. So we have, let's see, 2 Singer, 2 Weird. I think we need another early creature because I don't want to play these Burn Brights necessarily. I don't actually have that many 3-drops. Burn Bright is excellent in the Wizardry red-blue version of this. We just don't really have that. I guess Hobble Fiends are probably going to make our deck. Pyrolings aren't, since we have 0 ways to trigger them. I mean, I know I have another Hobble Fiend in the board, like Glide Master. It's not like we don't have playables. Just kind of a disappointing overall pack 3, I would say. Yeah, black seemed open. Black-blue is where I would have rather ended up, I think, but I don't know how we could have, right? I mean, we started with more red than blue. Like, I don't think there was any way to end up there. Remember how we saw that pack late with weird and kinetic uncommon, which is pretty good? And Frost Breath? I think it was just unlucky. So let's see. I think we want to play 17. Usually you play 16 in decks like this with Ops and Crash Throughs. But we have a Thrill, and we can spend our mana pretty well. Augur helps prevent Flood also, and then we have all these 5 mana cards. Read. So we got to cut 1. I'm not going to make a rookie mistake. I do like Shore Strike just fine. Maybe it should be in. I'm not sure over what. Frost Breath is good in these decks. You deal a lot of damage. And, like, they tend to have bigger creatures, and you're trying to sneak in lethal. I get to draft Paw Blade, not my opponents. What's going on here? I didn't sign up for this. I guess it's Justice. What? Shenanigans. Alright, I'm definitely blocking. I don't really even need this Arcanist. Couldn't imagine caring less about whether they shock it or not. I'm not casting anything with it right now. Probably need to get this weird out and growing. Can't really imagine we can win this game. They're on the play, playing Paw Blade. I think we know how this show ends. So do we trade with Houndmaster? Guess we might as well. We're not going to be able to block dogs anyway, right? They all get the damage prevented to them. This is just going to be too much damage. We don't have many removal spells, but we have a few. Hopefully we can dig one up. Pretty sure we're just dead. So can't block anything because of Pack Leader. I have no idea how we win this game. Yeah, Pack Leader prevents damage to itself. I mean, you can shock it or something, but when it attacks, it prevents damage to all dogs, and it's a dog. I mean, we deserve this after that last 7-0, right? I mean, this is justice if ever I've seen it. Just getting paw-bladed right back. I mean, do we really have outs? If I steal a tapped creature... I don't know. Guess if I steal the Pack Leader and these shrink, maybe I can stabilize at 1 or whatever, but I don't see how we win this game. So now if I bounce it, they replay it, pumping their stuff immediately. I mean, this is not going anywhere. I don't really keep track of much of anything. I think periodically about if I'm having fun, and if I am, I keep doing it, and if I'm not, I stop. I mostly do best of 1 on stream because it's still faster. I think best of 3 is good too now. I do best of 3 sometimes and best of 1 sometimes. Shock is great in this format. I think Shock is better than Turn to Slag. I'm not sure which is better between Shock and Dragonfire, but I think the cheap removal really performs well in this format. I like Shock, Scorching Dragonfire, and Grasp of Darkness quite a bit. I mean, I don't hate poker. It's just a worse game than Magic, so I would really not do it if not for money, but I don't hate it or anything. Like, I have fun when I'm playing poker, just less fun than when I'm drafting. But you could say that about virtually everything, so... 2-lander on the draw. If we draw a mountain, it's a pretty good hand. Yeah, no, I don't hate poker. I think poker's fun. I just think it's a lot less fun than Magic. Mountain, please, thanks, you're welcome. It's the opposite of a mountain. It's a double red card. We'll see how long this draft takes. If I go 1-3 really quickly or something, I'll definitely do another one. Which, we lost to Pawblade round 1, and now we're losing to Mana Screw round 2. I mean, most years I've made more off poker than Magic. Like the MPL year, I made more off Magic. But now I'm just a rival. That fat MPL contract is gone. I would never mull that hand. There's 9 red sources and I'm on the draw, and most of my 2-drops are blue. So if I draw like Arcanist, Pilfer, or one of my 9 red sources on the draw, I'm pretty happy. 17 land deck that doesn't need that many lands. Like if I draw a single one, I have Hobble Fiend. I have Crash Through Cycling to hit more, plus Hobble Fiend. I hate mulliganing. I'm not against much. I consider myself a pretty open-minded person. But I would like to be on the record as I'm against mulliganing. That's my official position. Yeah, on the play, I would have probably mulliganed. Yeah, it looks good. We should at least get to cast our spells this time. I'm going to start by cycling Crash Through because we need more lands to play Ghostlight. Plus, if we start to flood a little, we can always just get rid of them, thanks to the Thrill. You should not force Doggo Tribal. I mean, if you don't get those uncommons that search out the dogs, that deck is not very good. Like, the deck I had was busted, but I had 4 of an uncommon. So, if I double block, I lose both. Not doing that. Let's Thrill, see what we get. No help. But I only need 1 back. I'll happily trade 1 for Ogre. So attack with 1, hold 1 back, because trading 2 for 4 doesn't favor us. It depends on your hand. With this hand, I wasn't going to hold Crash Through. If I had like a 2-drop and a Weird, then I would hold Crash Through just to play it on turn 4 and pump the Weird. Of course, trade the 4-2 for the 2-1. No decisions there. Now, this turn, we do have to decide which one we're going to roaming Ghostlight. I want them to use 4 mana, but then I'm trading with the 3-3 when it attacks, probably, instead of the 4-3 reach, but that's fine. It doesn't seem like that much of a difference which one's in play. Plus, I get in 2 damage if I bounce the Ogre. They can replay it. I don't take 2 when they cast it. They don't have a 4-power out, and then I can just trade the Ghostlight for the Pteranodon, which seems fine. Well, they messed that plan up, but that's fine too. So what do we want to do now? Can, like, Wizardry and Chump Block with 1 and then sack it to the Hobble Fiend. That looks pretty good. And it's, like, important because we're only 1 land away from double spelling, and the overload will be bigger. We miss a counter on the Weird, but it's important because if we draw a land, we have 7, we can double spell. And this thing doesn't have trample or anything. And we're not even really throwing away the 1/1 since it's just going to turn into a counter on the Hobble Fiend. Okay, so now I'm pretty sure it's Weird and then Overload. This isn't going very well, but I don't think we really have choices. If we draw, like, Frost Breath, maybe we can still win. Ugh, and their creatures all get trample? I don't like that. I mean, assuming they don't have combat tricks, we have a good double block on the Gnarled Sage. I think if they have any combat tricks, we're just dead, but I think we can accept that. Cool, so it looks like they at least don't have anything. I'm not saying we're going to win. Our creatures are small. Theirs all have trample. But if we draw, like, Frost Breath, then that's a good draw. If we draw, like, I don't know, maybe the Bounce or something. So, at 6, facing the Tramplers, we definitely can't take too much more damage. So I assume we have to make blocks. What are the ones we mostly want to survive? The Weird. Could, like, block the 4/6 with the Weird and the 3/3, or the Weird and the Hobble Fiend. I could go to 2. It's pretty risky. Like, I could put the 3/3 and the 3/2 on the 4/6. I mean, that's a really nice block. Assuming I'm taking the 4/4. But then they have 8 points of trample, and I have, like, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for next turn. So I'm okay, but I'm going to 2 this way. Probably should double block both. In which case... the Weird is the one I'd want to lose the least. What's the one I want to lose the second least? You can do it like that. Yeah, I don't know if we can win this game or not. I mean, we have maybe some outs. I mean... really depends on what their hand looks like. I mean, I do have Wizardry in hand, and we have a bunch of Turnislags and stuff. So I wouldn't say the game is completely unwinnable. I would say it's not looking good, of course, versus the Scarix Uprising. But, I mean... so we can't do anything about that. So this has Trample now, so I'm just going to take the 4. If they don't have anything and we draw Turnislag or Enthralling Hold, it's still a winnable game from 2. That's not unbeatable. Let's see what we get. A land and we're pretty much dead. Well, that's a decent draw. We can cycle this mountain. So we're dead to anything, but on board, we're still, like, alive, and then we can draw 3. I can't trade off with both. Oh, but I can't put the 2 1/1s on the 4/3 or I die to trample. Oh, so this is worse than it looks. I have to because of trample. Yuck. So the 3/4 has to block the 4/3 or I die, and then I have to double block these and go to 1 or I die. So yuck. There's no other options, though. 3-4 on 3-3, double block the 2-4-3s, and then, double block the 4-3 and then take 2 trample and die. So I don't even have options. So just gotta pray they don't have anything else, and then we'll see what we draw. So if I draw 3, I have to deal with 2 3-3s. If I bounce them, I have to deal with 2 3-3s next turn. It's not likely. But they're not drawing extra cards. I do have a weird to play next turn. So I think this is better than dying. I don't know if we can get out of this. This is going to be a quick 0-3 after the 7-2. After the 7-0. I don't think this deck was that bad. We lost some close games and had some bad draws, but I'm not saying this deck was great or anything. Yeah, it's almost like Magic is mostly variance, huh? Alright, we're 1 mana short of playing both of these. We have to play them both or die, so that's game. Alright, well, both those drafts were quick. I'm going to definitely do one more. I'm going to do exactly one more draft today. Let's see if we can, after the 7-0 and the 0-3, the 2 extremes, let's see if we can have a nice 5-3 to finish the day or something rather average. Alright, so let's do one more draft today. Little bonus. See if we can recover. So I like the Blight Fang. It's not a broken card, but it's a really good card. Effectively, it's a 3-drop that's really hard to block. Attacks for 2, because they get drained for 1, and then you gain 1, so that's a 3-point swing. Also, it's really hard to attack into. The Immolator's pretty good. Prowess makes this a lot better than the 2-mana 2/2s that sack to deal 2, because you can trigger it very easily once or twice. It's a very threatening card, and it can take out 3 and 4 power or toughness creatures. I do like the Assassins a lot. It's very splashable. You trade, play it, and draw a card. Kotal's very good as well, though not as splashable. I think this is pretty clearly just the Snake. Thanks for that subscription, Crips. Appreciate the support. Alright, so there's no easy follow-up to the Hooded Blight Fang here. Crypt Lurker is good in Blue-Black Reanimator, but if we were going to do that, I'd probably just take Hold. I didn't draw Hold at all last draft. If you remember, a lot of games, I was like, well, if I take a tap creature here, it'll be pretty good. And Enthralling Hold's a pretty good Magic card. Otherwise, yeah, there's the Llanowar Visionary is the best 1-color card to pair with the Fang, maybe. And then these gold cards are pretty good, though they don't go with the Fang at all. I wouldn't take Read over Hold. I think it's between Hold, Visionary, or one of these good gold cards. Conclave Mentor is very good. Green-white tokens is an archetype. Of course, we're not going to get to play the Blight Fang if we do that. Mentor, I think, is better than Hold, but it's a gold card, as opposed to just blue. I do like it. I think I'm going to take the Enthralling Hold. Plus, I like Blue-Black Reanimator a lot when you can get it in this format. Visionary would have been my next choice. Visionary was totally reasonable to choose. Alright, I'm going to take Palladium Mirror here, because if you go blue-black, it's really good, because then you can cast your 6 and 7 drops with it. If you go like blue-green or black-green, it's really good for casting expensive things. So Palladium Mirror being a colorless card that can go in any deck. Plus, you know, Tom Martell and LSV love it, so that's enough of a reason to take it right there. Alright, there's no impressive cards in this pack, but the best cards are the blue ones. I think I like Capture Sphere more if we're going to go like a blue-black control than Ghostlight. Now that's a really late Dragonfire. So, I mean, I guess I have to take that. I mean, Rain is fine. Rain's not great in this format. It is a really aggro format. I don't know where we're going to end up, but 5th pick Scorching Dragonfire is going to get taken here. It's weird because we have a good start for blue and red control, not for a blue-red spells deck, which is normally what you do with blue-red. But here I'm just going to take another Palladium. Yeah, I mean, if we table the Overload or something, sure. Otherwise, I'll assume I'm going to draft a control deck in this seat of some kind. So I don't like cancel in blue-red aggro because you need to play things and trigger your prowess when you want to. But if I do draft Grixis control colors, blue-black, blue-red, blue-red-black, whatever, then I might play a cancel. I mean, I don't like this format compared to M20, but it's really not a rating of the format so much as I like grindy formats, and this format is, like, very aggressive. And the more aggressive a format is, the less I generally like it. So with Rewind, we have the Capture Sphere to play so far, or Dragonfire, it's only pack 1. Otherwise, there's, like, an Archer, and we're committed to blue, we're committed to, like, a control deck. I think Rewind looks pretty good for us. So if we are going to draft a blue control deck, I don't mind a Wall of Runes to not get run over and help us hit our land drops. Looks like this is what we're going to try and draft. Yeah, I'm not against the crab. I felt like I needed to really drop more. So we're clearly going to draft a defensive deck no matter what colors we end up. So I'm going to take Crypt Lurker over Magmut. Magmut's a very aggressive card. Look to draft like a blue-black control from here. Maybe blue-red or all 3 Grixis. But what we really want is cheap removal, card drawing. We've got some counters. Hold is really good if they have to attack you. Blightfang is an excellent blocker. Crypt Lurker can be quite good in the Reanimator shells, which who knows if we'll end up or not. Wall of Runes to block early, scry and fix our draw, then sack it to Crypt Lurker is pretty good. No, Wall of Runes is not an F. If you're a defensive blue deck, Wall of Runes is a good card. 4 is the toughness that makes you a good blocker in this format. There's a lot of 3-1s and 3-2s. There's not that many 4 powers that are cheap. Scry 1 helps you hit your early land drops and all that and prevents flood in the late game. And also, like, I mean, it's overall just a fine card in this format. There's ways to sack it for value, like Crypt Lurker. Look, it's not a great card. But Wall of Runes in a defensive blue deck is like a C. Now, bear in mind, blue-red is not a defensive deck in general. I mean, I'll be playing blue-red control this draft if I do, but most blue-red decks are aggro. Well, this Chandra's just busted, right? The plus deals 2 to any target, and most creatures are small. The other plus, discard whatever you have left, then draw 3 cards to play next turn. This thing is just broken. So it looks like we're going to do a blue-red control. Which means, whereas normally I don't like something like the 7-mana 6/6, if we're going to be a control deck, we're going to want finishers. Again, I don't really like Turn to Slag, but certainly better than Magmut because we have a 7-drop to finish the game with. We have a Planeswalker and a Control Magic and counters. I mean, this is just not an aggro deck in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to grab this blue-black duel. We do have that nice snake and that Crypt Lurker, should we end up wanting to play some more black in the deck. Thank you for that subscription, Dr. Smiley. Appreciate the happiness, and I appreciate the support. Now, Frost Breath's an aggro card. Tapping down their stuff for a turn to buy time is not a good strategy. Tapping down their stuff while you attack them to death is a good strategy. So Frost Breath works well in the blue-red aggro deck with prowess and stuff. It does not work well in a blue-red control deck, which is what we're drafting. I don't think these cards can matter. So while I don't love Wizardry in decks like this, again, more of an aggro card, we can play it off Rewind. Might be better to just get the 4-mana 2/5 blocker, though. Not really sure. Yeah, the crab's a good blocker. Can stymie any ground attacking. And I mean, this deck really does have the late game. We can draw cards with Thrill, get rid of our extra land, steal their creature, win any game with Chandra, Punisher if they can't kill it will close. Yeah, the plan is to survive. Turn 3 Mirror, turn 4 Chandra, turn 5 Punisher. I mean, I'll play Ops for sure. Crash Through maybe if we get Overload or something, but if we have, like, no synergy with it, probably not. I like Crash Through a lot in those Prowess Weird decks, but not so much just to cycle it, just to make your deck smaller for Chandra. I mean, I'm not saying you can't play it. It costs 1. It just depends on what our other options are. Larcenist, the more removal you have, the better it is. The more other creatures you have, the worse it is. I don't necessarily think it's going to be great in this deck. I mean, we have a Thrill and a Dragonfire and a Capture Sphere, so we might be able to get it through. We'll see how Pack 3 goes. I mean, I'll be taking Shocks and Scorching Dragonfires pretty aggressively. So, I mean, I might end up cutting the Larcenist. I might end up playing it. If I get, like, you know, card drawing and finishers in Pack 3, I'm not going to play Larcenist. If I get, like, a bunch of Shocks and Dragonfires, then I am going to play it. I mean, we already have a Rewind. I don't think we need another cancel that much. I might play it, I might not. I think the Larcenist has more upside. Like I said, if we do get a couple Shocks and Dragonfires, it could end up being a pretty good card. We already have some ways to get it through. Turnislag, Chandra, Capture Sphere, Scorching Dragonfire. This looks like a pretty easy shock to me. We don't need this for card drawing. I'm not against it, but we probably won't get more shrines. We're mostly looking to stay alive. My throat just got dry. I need a drink. I'll be right back. I'm good, thanks. Hey, whoa, I came back for this. I'm gonna go get another drink. Yeah, I don't want any of this. We're pretty committed to blue-red. Black's not an option. I guess I'll take Mud, I don't know. I literally don't want any of these cards. Now, there's a card I do want. Hello, Tutelage for my control deck. There's another nice win condition. Can win the game all by itself. We've got Shock and Dragonfire to not get run over. Hello, Teferi's Tutelage. Rousing Reed is good with Tutelage. I mean, I have some bodies, but I don't really need to give anything flying. I might just want Wall of Runes. All I really need to do is not get run over. Then I can ramp. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I want Wall of Runes. I think I'm just going to grab a duel here. We're not really short playables. Cancel and inventory number 1 are pretty bad. I guess we could table the other inventory. But if you don't get at least like 3, it's a pretty weak card. Yeah, devils are okay blockers. I mean, they can kill 2 things. Kind of an expensive creature. Not unplayable by any means. think this is a pretty easy Arcanist. We actually don't have that much expensive spells. Maybe it's not. I assumed Arcanist would be a really good card for our deck. It's a good blocker, and we can use the mana over long games. It's still got to be better than Unsubstantiate, I think, but it's actually not that great. Scanner came back, or that's a different one. I don't know. Either way, we'll take it. There's the inventory. Again, we don't want to get run over. 1/3 blocker that adds mana is pretty good for this deck, even though we don't actually have a ton of expensive spells. I don't really plan to play Wizardry. I mean, we're not really going to attack and trigger Prowess or anything. Unsubstantiate is fine in this deck. Not, like, exciting. It's great in blue-red spells, because you just bounce a good blocker and trigger your Prowess, triggers your weird whatever, but... I like 2-drops. It's just, this is a really defensive deck, where we're going to win with card advantage, with Chandra, with Punisher, and with Tutelage. This is not a deck where we're looking to attack on the ground. Cancel number 2 or inventory number 2. Neither one is offering us much. Maybe we'll play the 2 inventories, although probably not. I mean, if you draw a 2, it's really good, but you really want to have at least 3 or 4 to try and do that. 17 lands is probably right. We have a little bit of sifting card drawing, but we're a control deck. So let's see. Do we have anything bad we want to cut? Could just be the inventories. Could be the larcenists. That's pretty much it. Yeah, we could discard the first one to Thrill or something. Yeah, the inventories with 2, I mean, we don't really need those. They are good if we draw Tutelage. Thrill is just better, though, right? It's like an inventory that lets you also rummage a card. And we can't really cut any of the 4-mana plus cards. So most blue-red decks in this format are going to be Prowess aggro decks, but this is just a blue-red control, like an almost very traditional control deck. We've got walls, we've got card drawing, we've got counters, we've got like some cheap removal. And we have win conditions. Tutelage, Chandra, and Punisher. I mean, the Wall of Runes is better than the Magma in this deck, I think. And with 2 Arcanists, 2 Wall of Runes, that gives us, and Shock and Dragonfire, that's plenty of early interaction. So let's see. It's not going to be the easiest to get in with Larcenist, but if they attack me with the Pteranodon, and I get to attack and draw a card, that's gas. Otherwise, I'm playing Scanner to help hit my curve up to 5, which is also kind of gas. Think that because I have a potential game-winning 5-drop, and actually 2 good 5-drops in this game, I think I'd rather just play Scanner, because I need to draw 1 more land, so that I can then play Thrall on a good tap creature, or Chandra, depending on what the board looks like on turn 5. Okay, that said, we don't really have anything we need to thrill a possibility away now. So now maybe I will just play the Larcenist. Oh, we could still thrill anyway with the Arcanist and Thrill. And then I can discard Arcanist. I can't discard Island because, again, 2 game-winning potential 5-drops. But we can thrill end of their turn and discard the other Arcanist. So that's actually kind of good for us. Now we can just Entrancing hold that after it attacks. Larceny basically just means theft, right? I'll take the first hit for 8. So end of turn, we can discard our Arcanist, so that's an easy choice. Now we definitely want to steal this nice tap 4/4 flyer. think we're going to win defensively, so I'm going to hold back the Scanner and the Arcanist as potential blockers. But I'm certainly going to tap the Larcenist for a card while it can safely attack. The Scanner could have attacked. I've been playing kind of defensively just because it's kind of a free roll. I mean, we have Chandra. We don't want to accidentally die. We can chump block if at any point we want. We're already drawing extra cards. So 3 I'll take. But you never know what was going to happen. And like I said, we're going to win this game defensively, not offensively. That said, I'm just going to go ahead and see if this turn to slag resolves. If it does, I'm going to send all 3 because they're going to block. And then I'm going to finish off their creature with shock. And this game is all but over. Nice creature. Be a shame if it got capture sphered. What is the ultimate on this even? Search your graveyard and library for any number of red instants or sorceries. Exile them. Shuffle your library. You may cast them. Add 6. That's a funny card. I guess we have like a shock, a Dragonfire, a turn, plus those thrills. Ranger's Guile last turn wasn't really a risk, though. I mean, they could keep their Arcanist. Who cares? So, tutelage first, of course. We're going to attack the Larcenist, draw cards, mill them, life is good. Oh, for the turn to slag turn? Yeah, I don't really remember all my options. I just don't remember feeling like anything mattered, like we could possibly die. $16, $15. We mill 2 every time we draw 1. They're decking easy. I'd probably take Immolator over Dragonfire. Immolator's pretty good. Red does the prowess thing a lot in this format. It's not really anything to sleep on. Ooh, Teferi's a sweet card. I mean, it's not really a problem for us. It's only helping us deck them. Two numbers to any target. Teferi can go to 5. I don't really care about creatures phasing. I would like to play Chandra and rewind this turn. I have enough mana to do that even without the Arcanist. Okay. Yeah, their deck looks pretty good. I guess I can send everything at Teferi. Well, I don't... Yeah, it goes to 5 if they plus it. So I can finish Teferi off here with Chandra to any target. Yeah. Okay, sure. No reason to let them have Teferi around, even though it's not really a problem. Wait, that might change things. So if I Dragonfire the 3/3, then they don't even have a block. They don't get to eat any of our creatures. Seems right to me. Nice, pleasant surprise there. Top decking the Dragonfire when we attacked. I think I'm just going to leave Rewind up now and let Teferi live. I don't really... Oh, they just let it go anyway. Okay. So yeah, I don't need to play Chandra. I think I would rather just have Rewind up in case they do something awesome. I can't really imagine what, but I also can't really imagine how we can lose this game. No, we never really cared about Teferi. I mean, we're decking them, but I wanted to attack with the Larcenist to draw cards and mill cards. So, like, it was better to attack Teferi than them, because we're decking them, so attacking them doesn't really accomplish much. And look, letting them plus it and loot just gives them the ability to find answers if they have them, right? So that's why I was going to Chandra away Teferi, because why not? Not because it was important. So they're on 7 cards. So draw step, mill 2. 2 larcenous attacks, that's mill 6. So they get just their next card and then they deck. That Burl Fist Oak, that isn't beating us. I'm not going to counter that. White-black lifelink, blue-black reanimator. It's a pretty archetype format. Like, red-blue does the prowess thing, blue-black does reanimation, white-green does counters, and black-white does life gain. Red-black does sacrifice. I don't know what the strongest is yet. It's way too early. But pretty much I think all the colors are good, and white is just very aggressive. Like, Boros aggro is really aggressive. I mean, this is weird because we're like blue-red control, which I don't think is something you're going to draft very often. Blue-red is a really aggressive prowess spells matter deck in this format. It's not a control deck usually. So if I shock that and they have opt, I'm not going to be a happy camper. But if they had that, they'd probably have opted and attacked with Riddle form, right? But I kind of want to have like Rewind open anyway and stuff. And if they play a spell on their turn to trigger that Riddle form, I can shock in response. So they'll have to have 2 spells this way. And if they ever tap out, I might get a more of a coast is clear scenario. Okay, so now I'm going to counter that. No reason to let them draw 2 cards here. And then I can shock in response. Still run the risk of opt, but they probably won't play anything else I need to cancel this turn. And if they don't have it, life is good. Well, this is a defensive control deck. Most blue-red decks would not want to play Crab. Most blue-red decks are Prowess, Spells Matter, Goblin, Wizardry, Ward, Spellgorger weird decks. This is a very different deck. So no attack because that keeps cancel online. I'm telegraphing it, but who cares? Thank you, Garrick Sheepspeaker. Appreciate that subscription. So if I attack and they play a spell to trigger Riddle form, they get to eat one of my creatures. If I was an aggro deck, I might risk it because there's a good chance they don't have anything and we'll just scry here. But I'm a control deck. I'm just waiting for card drawing, for Thrill, for Chandra, for Larcenist, for Punisher. I'm chilling. And I don't mind chilling. Okay, let's Thrill, see what we get. I was holding the land because I have 2 Thrills. Okay, I'm going to play 1 and hold 1 because we do have another copy of Thrill. No help yet, but again, I don't mind chilling. This is not a blue-red aggro deck. Like I said, I have a lot of good draws. Do I cancel that? Yeah, that card's kind of scary out of these decks. So we can Capture Sphere that. I think the odds they're holding a opt at this point for Riddle form are pretty low. So this looks like a good turn to attack. This is better than putting the Crab in because I can always block with it later and it's not necessarily going to attack. So now I have a choice. I can Dragonfire, hit for 3 and play Crab, or I could hold Dragonfire for Riddle form. I guess the Anima is more scary than the Riddle form. Plus, I get to attack this way. I mean, I am kind of winning the race. I wanted to play defensively because I have all these power cards left in my deck. But, okay. They can eat a 2-2 with their Riddle form now. I don't care. This basically just saves me 3 damage. Instead, they get to eat the Palladium Mirror. Basically, it's irrelevant to me. I have unlimited mana. Blue-red mediocre beats. I mean, these creatures are better blockers than attackers. I mean, I'm trying to draw into, like, Punisher, Chandra, Thrill. Like, this is not... Like, this is a control deck all the way. Kind of a weird game. Dragon, Chandra, Thrill, Tutelage. I mean, I guess I'm not actually in the world's best shape against Riddle form. Maybe I should have just counted on the crabs to block the Anima, that they couldn't trigger it that much. Because it's pretty easy for this deck to trigger Riddle form a lot. I can't really do anything about it. Might have been a mistake. I mean, I am getting super flooded, pretty unlucky, but this is not a game I'm supposed to have lost. I think I might have punted this game a little bit. Capture Sphere would fall off. Yeah, you can't Capture Sphere the Riddle form. I mean, obviously I drew like a million lands. I thrilled one away as well. But I still maybe should have saved the Dragonfire at the end for the Riddle form and not used it on the Anima. I think I might have kind of punted. No, because the Anima doesn't trigger every turn, right? Yeah, it's Iced Tea. The Anima might have gotten through once or twice, but they didn't draw extra cards that often. And a lot of spells... Well, I like Wall in these control decks, but we don't need a second. A lot of spells trigger the Riddle form, but don't trigger the Anima. I think that was a mistake. Like, the attack was fine. The turn they eat the Palladium Mirror, who cared? I had unlimited mana. I worked through a Frost Breath there. I just think I think what I did that was a mistake was I think I should have not Dragonfired the Anima that towards the end. I should have saved that Dragonfire for Riddle form and just let my blockers stop the Anima. I think that was a mistake, like legitimately. Also could have mind controlled the Anima, which is not a strong target, but again, if it became a problem... like I said, I think that was a mistake. I don't think I should have used the Dragon form the way I did. The Scorching Dragonfire, I mean. Anima. Obviously, no need to chump. We'll just steal that. If I mind control, I do not gain control of the equipment, but the equipment stays on the creature until they move it elsewhere. So they get the ability to move it elsewhere, but until they do, I get it. Remember, this is a 17-land deck with double Thrill. So, like, extreme... And plenty of ways to spend its mana. So, extreme Flood Out like this every game is just kind of unfortunate. So, I don't want this to grow, if possible. That's only helping them. I guess there's no way for the Lurker to die if I attack with it. If I hold the Lurker back... They move the Scythe over. They get a 5-5. I have a 3-4. So I think I'm just going to attack here. I don't care about 2 for 1-ing myself. I mean, I don't need the Mirror for mana since I'm super flooded again. I do have a chump blocker to spare. I probably won't chump yet at 17. Yeah, Enthralling Hold is a really good card. I mean, I think it and the Visionary were close there. 17 lands with double Thrill of Possibility and Chandra and a 7-drop isn't too much. I'm just getting flooded. You play like 16 generally in aggro decks, 17 generally in control decks. You do need some ways to mitigate flood, but I have Tutelage, double Thrill of Possibility, Chandra, 7-drop, like lots of stuff like that. Alright, so if I attack with the Lurker and they double block, that's not good for me. They get a counter on the Scythe. I only kill one of their creatures. I can't even shock off the second. Hey, Pickles. Why are you crying? You want out? You can leave. Go be with your sisters. Well, don't tell them. They know now. Thanks, chat. Whose side are you on? So if I attack with Larcenist, it's going to get 8, and I can always do that later. For now, I guess we're just chilling. I mean, again, like, I don't mind chilling. I mean, this is a deck with card drawing, with counters, with win conditions. I don't have any of them, but as the turns go by, we could draw Tutelage, we could draw Chandra. So they draw 2, we discard 2, which we have the mountains in hand, and then both of us lose 2, which is pretty irrelevant. Hey, there's one of those win conditions. I mean, we don't know if it's going to live. We'll see. But I've got Shock for Fetid Imp. I maybe should have shocked the Imp on my turn there. Because, like, if they go to move the Scythe, I have to shock in response, which is fine. But then if they have a trick, they can play it and keep the Imp around. And, I mean, the Punisher kills pretty quickly. Two of my cats, Lyra and Ariel, we adopted the day of the Dominaria pre-release, so we named them after 2 of the characters from that set. And then my other 2 are Reptar and Pickles, which, as any good millennial knows, are named after the Rugrats. Reptar being the monster and Pickles being one of the families. Why weren't you allowed to watch Rugrats? It's not really that intense of a show. Well, I can't do anything about that. Shock doesn't help us. So, boo. Thank you, Raper. They fight with each other sometimes. I wouldn't necessarily say they all get along. Ooh, that's a good card. So what can we do with this right now? Plus, it can kill the Fetid Imp, and then we can hold on to Shock, I guess, for next turn. And then we'll probably want to use it, the Shock, so we can empty our hand and draw 3, but I think for this turn, we'd rather just kill an Imp. We're pretty stable on the ground. We can block things that attack and then finish them off with Shock. We have some decent double blocks. Nine Lives is a card that can gain a lot of life, and it's strictly a life gain card. So if you're like a control deck with like 2 Teferi's Tutelages and you're going to deck everyone, then you should play 9 Lives. But if you're like a white aggressive deck, like a white-green or a white-red aggro deck, you should not play 9 Lives. It basically just gain like a lot of life. That's what the card does. yeah, I can't say how much life because it depends how much they deal, but it prevents all the damage from each source each time. So, I mean, it's just effectively gain a lot of life because you can let yourself get down to like 5 or 3 or whatever is comfortable and then play it. Okay, we both have a Planeswalker. Well, shock and response isn't going to work. So can I kill that? 8 toughness, 2, 4, 5, 8, yeah. Assuming they don't have anything else to play. It's worth trying to keep Chandra around at all costs, of course. So let's see. 4, 6, 8, 13, 5, 9. So it looks like I'm either going to lose 2 or 3 things, which I'm fine with. That creature has trample, so I'd rather overblock than underblock. Hopefully they don't have Titanic Growth. What happens if they grasp? 5, 7, 9, ouch. If they grasp, this is really bad for me. Or Titanic Growth. 4, 4 is really bad for me, and there's 2 different commons that do it. I think I don't want to make this block. I can put the wall in to prevent trample, and then I can go like this. And then I can finish it with shock if they don't have anything. And this is me losing less. I only lose 2 creatures, right? This is way better if they have nothing. Three, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, this is way better if they have nothing. And the mirror is pretty useful. And if they have grasp or growth, then I don't lose mirror. And mirror's pretty good, because if they have that stuff, I'm going to have to plus Chandra, draw 3 cards, and I can cast them with mirror. So. Now we can try and shock it. No clue if it's going to work or not. So we're going to have to discard our hand. There's no way I can deal 2 damage rather than draw 3 cards. So let's exile 3 cards. Just what I wanted. 3 land. Yuck. Good beats. Yeah, Deathsea was hanging out earlier, so you knew we were going to draw a lot of lands. That's pretty much just how it goes with Deathsea. He's a professional landlord. Alright, we don't have any good blocks, so I don't see any reason to chump earlier than necessary, really. Let's see what happens next turn. Thanks for that subscription, Silex. Appreciate the 13 months of support. Good timing after my 4 straight lands to lose a tight game. Okay, so we can turn this flag away both of these. We still have to deal with Garruk. It's not great. We can turn this flag to 3/3 and then attack and kill Garruk and we get a card. I might have to do that. I needed to draw, like, some of this a little earlier. I mean, I can't just beat an endless amount of 3/3s. And I get a card of Larcenist, so I think I have to do this. I mean, I die if I don't top deck anything. They won't be able to give trample, though. So, like, let's say I turn this flag this and just pass. My blocks are even fine, but what am I going to do in the long run? I'm going to lose. Yeah, I have to kill Garruk, so. Hopefully we'll top deck something we can play, or Dragonfire would be great, or, well, Dragonfire doesn't work. I don't even know how many outs we have. This play basically, I might just be dead, but, I mean, I'm not going to beat Garrick making 3/3s every turn the other way. So if I had drawn any 2-drop, like an Arcanist or something, maybe I could win this way. It's weird, because the one play looks sweet, and this play looks like we're dead on board most of the time. And we are. But if I did draw an Arcanist or a Wall of Runes or something to live, then this way the Garrick is gone. If they want to attack and force me to chump block, I can attack back again next turn. Maybe it's a way I can win the game. How am I beating Garrick from that position? The chromatic thing doesn't do anything, right? It just draws cards in that spot. I could have attacked and hoped to draw Dragonfire. It was in my deck, and held on to the Turn of Slag. That was an option, too. Turn of Slag's a sorcery, so it's not like I could do it after I see what I get. Yeah. I think we had to attack Eric. I'm not 100% sure whether I should have tried to top deck exactly Dragonfire. I had plenty of 2-drops. Like, I have, like, 2 Arcanists. I don't remember what I played earlier and what I didn't. I have a second Wall of Runes. So I had at least, like, 3 2-drops in my, like, 18 or 17 card library to draw into. Well, it's going to be hard to get Mana Screed with this hand. We have Thrill, so... I'm not planning to write draft guides for CFB. I am probably going to write draft guide or two, or at least some content for my site that I'm developing now, which at this point is mostly for coaching, but I do kind of want to flesh it out and develop it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would gladly write for CFB also if they offer me the opportunity. Okay, so... I like the 7-mana Ori as a win condition in ramp decks and stuff like that. Your deck looks sweet, like a black-green grindy. Look pretty nice, Samurai, too. Good games. Okay, so here, I think I'm going to Dragonfire the Singer, attack with just Larcenist, and leave 3 up. The reason for this exact line is because if I keep them off creatures and I'm drawing 2 cards a turn, I should win. So all I really want to do now is ride the Larcenist to victory, kind of like Ophidian style. Get 2 cards a turn, as many turns as I can. So cancel anything that they play unless it's a 1/1, because that doesn't stop Arsonist. Now let's see, we can just leave Rewind up. I don't think attacking, holding back Arcanist really helps us. Well, now do I want to play Mirror now that I drew Turn to Slag? I mean, they might have removal. I think it's still better just to leave Rewind up for whatever they do. Yeah, my website is live. Check out bensmtg.com, no underscore. I mean, there's nothing on there really right now except it's a spot to book coaching. And also the latest video is always on the front page, so you can just watch the latest Twitch VOD or draft video. At the moment, it's the sealed from last week, and then I'll be getting like if I get new content up, I'll tweet or post in the Discord about it. So, but I made the site just so there's a place to book coaching. That was the primary purpose. Okay, this is kind of an embarrassing rewind, but it's getting me 2 cards a turn. It's just bensmtg.com. There's just no underscore, because you can't put an underscore in a website address, I don't think. Thanks for that subscription, Real Freebie. Appreciate the support. I mean, like I said, there's not really anything there right now. I do plan to do a lot more with it. I wanted to get it up and running, primarily, so there's a place where people can use the Calendly and book coaching. But we'll see. You know, I'll advertise on both Twitter and the Discord. if I do stuff with it. Basically, I mean, I'm not coaching that many people or anything, but for people to book coaching before, they would have to, like, message me and then find out when I was available, and we'd go back and forth and figure out when we were both available. So Calendly is this sweet program that I was introduced to when I asked for help on this, where basically I can put whatever hours I have available, and then people can just go online and book those hours without ever getting in contact with me, and then I get an email when they book, and it just shows up in my calendar. So now, instead of a back and forth, if you're interested in a coaching session, all you have to do is just go click book on the site, and then you can just see the times I have available. If there's one that works for you, you can book right then and there without ever getting in contact with me. And then it'll show me when you booked, and then after that, we'll get in contact. But basically, you don't have to have any go back and forths with me. You can just see when I'm available, book a session. Easy peasy. I really don't want to shock this 1/1 lifelink. There's no reason to. I have a 1/3 coming out this turn to block it. Beer is not my mana. I don't even like beer. I also don't like getting drained for 1 every turn when I'm a control deck. It wouldn't be the first, second, third, fourth, or 8th time I've been canceled for some opinion or another, so I'm used to it. So they're probably going to reanimate it, but that's okay. Then I can just take a 5/5 after they attack with it. If I need to chump block it, I've got Sky Scanner to do that. Pretty sure we're going to want at least 1 more land in play, given Enthrall costs 5. Since we are getting pinged out, I think I'm going to chump with Sky Scanner here. As long as they don't have, like, Ranger's Guile or make me duress me or something, we should win. I think it's going to be pretty hard to lose if we steal a 5/5 flyer here. And, of course, we'll shock that. If this pulls a removal Ranger's Guile, that would be amazing for us. Either way, that could stop a 5/5 flyer. Now there's no reason to play that last land. We can discard it 2 different ways. Get over here. Yeah, the plug popped off like once every hour or 2. Chandra away a Deathbloom Thallid? Don't mind if I do. I mean, this is just broken on common on broken rare, basically doing their thing. Like, I'm not saying Enthralling Hold is broken, but, like, when you take a 5/5 demon, it is. And, like, I just don't know how they could conceivably come back into this game. Beer is powerful, but not that powerful, my friend. No, Enthralling Hold is a good card. Enthralling Hold is basically steal their second best creature, but you're not killing it, you're stealing it. That's a big game. The only thing is, if you're like blue-red aggro, it's not that good. I mean, you're still going to play it. Like, I don't cut it from my blue-red spells decks. It's not a creature, it triggers your prowesses and all that. But In a blue control deck, Enthralling Hold is excellent. Like, in a blue-black Reanimator, it's excellent. In a blue-white Flyers, it's excellent. In blue-red Spells, it's medium to good. Like, you're not going to cut it, but it's not great. Yeah, and Vigilance blanks it, but most of their creatures are probably not going to have Vigilance. Hey, perfect hand to lose with. We need 1 blue, and it's an awesome hand. 2-lander on the draw. You know, you knew I was going to keep. You know we're not going to draw an island. You know what kind of day it is. I mean, we also have Shock and Scorching Dragonfire to buy time. 2 Thrill of Possibilities to help dig up those blue lands. You know I don't mole hands like this. Come on now. Alright, so we drew Thrill. What do we want to discard? I mean, Arcanist is not going to be that useful now that we're already this late. If we draw a blue, we can cast Tutelage. So I think we want to discard Arcanist. Wow, no land in 3? Ouch. Yeah, I mean, there's only 17 lands. Shock, Dragonfire, another Thrill. Why would we ever draw lands, right? This should help us find lands. Let's get this going. Might cast 1 Mirror. There's no way I'm going to cast 2. I might need the wall to catch back up. I didn't think there's any way I was going to be rewinding this game when I'm on my back foot. Plus, I already had a cancel, which is just a cheaper counter. It's going pretty poorly. Guess for now I have to Palladium Mirror. Hope they don't kill it. If I had drawn a land, I would have walled and mirrored. That would have been a lot better. Thank you, Rasslin Helmy. Appreciate that subscription. Think we pretty much lose. 4, 8. I called it 7-0, 0-3. So what could we do in the last draft besides 3-3? It's magic. 7-0 the best record, 0-3 the worst record, and then 3-3 the dead average record. Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. I mean, this hand was definitely a keep. Not only were we on the draw, but we have 2 Thrill of Possibilities. So, like, Shock and Dragonfire prevent us from getting run over. So we have all our 8 or 9 blue sources. Plus, we have 2 Thrills, Scorch, Dragonfire, Tutelage, which lets us, if we draw 1 land, find more. Like, this is not a hand I would even think about mulling on the draw. But, thanks to everybody who hung out today. As always, I really appreciate the great support. Thanks to everybody who subscribed. If you are interested in booking any one-on-one coaching with me, check out BennisMTG, _.com. I do plan to have new content up there. It's not there yet. So I will let you know on Discord and via the Twitter. So follow me on Twitter if you don't somehow. Other than that, we're going to finish the day with a raid like we always do. Who should we check out? And I will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern for the usual scheduled time and show. Ooh, Numot's on. I always get excited when I get to raid Numot. One of the limited streamers I've been following the longest. And one of the people that comes to my mind first, probably number 1 when I think of limited streaming on Twitch.
Didn't want to
so I am going to raid Numot the Nummy.
They held up red for Shock.
I'm sure you've already heard of him. No ads and chats today, but I will see you tomorrow, 3 p.m., for more of these core set drafts, either best of 1 or best of 3. I'm not sure yet which, but we will definitely be doing core set draft tomorrow. Have a good one.
Usually it's better to play out the cards that you only have 1 source of.